Hey, 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 everybody. Hello, hello. Let's make sure I'm capturing the right game here. No, I'm not. There we are. How's it going, Ivy Blade? Malkavian. Zizification. Ariest. Bee Killer Bee. Dead Teddy. Dr. Fizz. And everybody else. What a joy it is to be back here today, bringing you some more Soul Level 1 Dark Souls. I'm curious to see how far we can get in our self-imposed challenge today. So far, this has gone pretty smoothly. We haven't had a whole lot of hang-ups, and it hasn't felt overwhelmingly challenging. Very notably, we got Ornstein and Smo on the second try, which felt pretty good to me. But will I be able to do anything like that for 4 Kings? I don't know. I'm a little scared of that fight, quite frankly. Well, more than a little. I'm terrified. Quaking in my metaphorical boots, as I'm currently only wearing socks. And beautiful timing, thank you. On the music there. Bruce Arlong, thank you so much for 10 months, that metric year. Of support. So we should have a proper death counter there that myself or the mods will be able to easily, more easily than before, increment. Keeping track of just how many times we've died so far in this Soul Level 1 playthrough of Dark Souls the First. Currently that is 30 times, which is a lot better than I thought I'd be doing here, quite frankly. I got a few unnecessary ones in moments of hubris, times I decided to do the wrong thing on purpose to see if I could survive it, and the answer was no, I couldn't. No, so I tried to fight Ceaseless Discharge and I got squashed. I tried to... Remember, I poked a Black Knight I didn't need to. Died a few times in the Tomb of the Giants trying to run through. That didn't work out so hot either. Oh well. How did the Anor Londo's archers go? Smooth as butter. First try. Got a lot of practice at that particular one. Today will not be Dark Souls the whole day. The plan is Dark Souls for the first portion of stream, and then some Spire later on. Get a couple more heart kills towards our year-long challenge. Probably Defect and Watcher runs. Or maybe just Defect losing over and over again. That's also a possibility. And you know what? I'd be okay with that. That'd be a fun way to spend the day. So, we're down here in the lower demon ruins, having vanquished Ceaseless Discharge. There's still several demon bosses that oppose us on the way to Lost Izalith. I need to remember to max out our Pyromancy Flame before defeating the Bed of Chaos, though. Boop. This Blacksmith Giant Hammer does absolutely astounding damage. With in the hands of a level 1 character, no less. Even these fierce demons are no match. Lots of interesting and kind of creepy views here in the Demon Ruins that I've always appreciated. These look a lot better in Dark Souls Remastered. It's gonna drop right down here. Oh no, there's the bonfire. Okay, that's right. There is a bonfire here. I thought so. And a very stinky enemy. Hold on. However, we have the easy way to deal with them. Yeah. So these big worms are a real problem. They're very, very nasty in melee, and they can hit you really, really hard. But they have a rather specific vulnerability. I found to the Dung Pie item, which allows you to inflict toxic poison on them, which will kill them with just a little bit of patience here. It's also quite vulnerable to ranged attacks, right? I have a fire orb. Get him. Dialectic says, Doug says, is there a Spire comparable challenge that somebody with no Dark Souls experience could understand the difficulty of this better? I think this would be pretty comparable to a starter deck only challenge, or pretty comparable to a no relics challenge. You're forfeiting a incredibly major mechanic of player advancement, the ability to level up, the ability to gain stats, and therefore the ability to equip basically all of the good items in the game. And just using the very weak starting stats of the Pyromancer character. No stat more than 12, the strength. So the amount of the different items that you can equip are very limited. The total equip burden for the character is very limited. You have very little health, comparatively. I should really rest at that fire too, huh? So let me verify. Did we upgrade this Pyromancy Flame all the way? No. We still have one more upgrade to get. I think we can get that from Quilana. It's easy enough to just warp to Laurentius, though. Okay, we'll deal with that momentarily. These fire-breathing demons are so strange. They've just kind of got like a ball they roll on, I guess? They glide over the ground creepily. Never quite understood what their gimmick was. There's a big Taurus demon waiting for us, too. Oh yeah, he's coming. Fair is no better. Snake jars. I like that. Ah, toasty. Lamgwin says, I've seen many playthroughs of the game, but never played. Can somebody nutshell the plot? We haven't, I guess, talked about it over much in this playthrough. But the basic premise is that the world, the light of the world is fading. The empire of man and giants and all of civilization is fading over time with the light of the first flame. The first flame can only be rekindled with the souls of powerful lords. And the old lord of the last age, Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, remains at the kiln of the first flame. I think waiting for someone to reignite it. This isn't what you're told up front, I don't think. You're initially presented with a quest to ring 2 bells of awakening. And then we talked to the immortal serpent Frampt, who told us that we were the chosen undead, whose fate was to become the successor to Lord Gwyn. Or something similar to that. There's a different serpent you can encounter, who will tell you a different destiny for yourself. And at the end of the game, you do have the ability to choose either of the 2 options, regardless of which serpent you spoke to. But right now, we're bonking this big demon with a hammer. Or he might squish me. I'm not actually sure which one's going to happen here. Oh, not this move. Ah! The fireball attack from this guy is pretty hard to dodge. It hits a really large area directly in front of him. One of the only safe spots is behind him, and it can be really difficult to get behind him in time for the explosion to not hit you. You basically have to start running as soon as you see him start the move. There we go. Just don't do that move over and over again. Oh. Actually did not know there was a follow-up to that. Shows how out of practice I am against these particular foes. Be a death here. Oh no. Yeah. If he does that attack while he's up against the wall, it's very difficult to dodge. We'll call that one a warm-up round. And the mods already know what to do. I didn't even tell them. They just knew. Brilliant. Commence the balcony. So I guess a quick overview for those who might not have tuned in previously and are unfamiliar with the equipment my item is, the items that my character is using. I'll talk about those briefly once I beat this demon. Oh, drop something? Demon's Great Axe. Ooh, but normally that's an item you have to farm for quite a while to try to find. A lucky drop for us. Not something we can use, of course. It's actually a really good item if you have a very high strength stat, which we're not allowed to level. Your toast is excessive. So, we are wearing the Mask of the Mother. It looks weird, but it gives us more health, so we're a little bit tankier face-wise. We've got a little bit of armor here. Heavy boots and tattered cloth robe just provides a basic level of protection while weighing as little as possible. I guess I don't need the skull lantern anymore, which means I can probably put my gloves back on. Or at least a pair of gloves. 61.2, so yeah, I can wear these, right? Yes, and still fast roll. Perfect. There's a penalty for not having anything equipped in a particular item slot in terms of armor-wise. So anything, even the worst gloves ever, which is what these are, is better than nothing by a significant amount when it comes to your 4 armor slots in Dark Souls. Our main weapon is the Blacksmith Giant Hammer. We got this from killing the giant blacksmith in Anor Londo. He's a cool dude, but his weapon is ridiculously OP. It has a strength requirement of 16, which means we have to use it in both hands in order to properly wield it. But when we do, the damage is tremendous for a level 1 character, unparalleled. The best other option is something like a Chaos plus 5 weapon, and it won't do as much damage as this hammer does. We also have the Grass Crest Shield. It's a pretty good shield, but very notably increases our stamina regeneration rate. That's why we have... Actually, no, we don't have the green aura, because I've got the wolf ring on, too. Which gives me poise. I don't think I need that here. So maybe I can go a red tearstone ring instead. One of our ring slots is the Ring of Favor and Protection, giving me more health and stamina. So all told, we end up with a health bar that's at least somewhat respectable for a level 1 character. The more health you have, the longer the health bar goes across the screen. Same true for the stamina bar. So we've got visibly embiggened meters, courtesy of this equipment. Alright, we got a couple good bops in, got the souls off the ground. Really like to get those early if I've died at a previous attempt, because I find them very distracting otherwise. Just knowing that it's there, that I could get it back at any time, really makes me want to get it back immediately. Oh, no, you don't. Whew. Okay, I feel like that pretty thoroughly redeemed our death there. GG. Hello and welcome, thanks for work. Heya, heya. There's a bit of a boss gauntlet here in the Demon Ruins. Immediately after beating the Demon Fire Sage, you're presented with another fog door. And he creepy. Seriously compounding the problem is the fact that everywhere is lava in this arena. So there's very little ground to fight the boss on. With the only available option being a leap of faith across this gap, which is a pretty spicy choice generally, as you can see. Now I could just take the red tearstone setup here, but I think I'll go full health. Also some Titanite over here. The floor is lava. Now, there is a ring in the game that gives you protection from lava that allows you to walk over this. However, the boss has the ring. So, good luck. Oh, jeez. That was not the correct way to dodge that. That's what I learned. Now, it is possible to get the ring from the boss before defeating the boss. You just have to cut off the tail of the boss, which is then its own creature, rears up and attacks you. Kill that. Harvest the ring from its corpse. Success. Here, I'll get that one myself, since it's easy now. Death plus. Huzzah. Alright, take two. Might end up losing the souls that are on the ground if I fail the jump. You can also try fighting the boss with the extremely limited ground available to you at the entrance of the arena. Which we might do. Would mean I'd save some Estus flasks. But I'm hoping to just win. Forehead. Please come onto the ground so I can attack you a little bit better. Sir. There we go. Not correct. That was also not correct. Well. I'm dodging a little bit early most of the time. Don't quite trust that. Don't quite trust the iframes of my fast roll enough. I think I'll have to get down before we take on the Four Kings. Oh, viewers can edit. Hold on, I gotta restrict that. The plus and minus should only be available to me. Or mods. that not something I can control? Hello? Hmm. Well, apparently I can't, so we will... Actually, wait, no, you're right. It doesn't... If you do that, it doesn't increase. It actually just reported it. So it didn't increase. Okay, in that case, it's working as intended. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Pim, did you hear about the centipede that was accused of shoplifting? It sent a plead innocent. To all charges. Actually, wait, am I supposed to just regular dodge roll over this? Well, that's about as good. Double regular roll might be the way to get over this one, actually, now that I think about it. Let's give that a try. Yeah, that's better. Don't worry about the roaring behind me. Okay, so now we have 3 Estus Flasks. Although that won't help if I can't successfully dodge this thing. Which is currently my problem. Much better. Much better. One second, because my chat broke. So, from that we get the orange charred ring. An orange ring enchanted by a witch. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, his witch sisters gave him this special ring. But, fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot, a terrible centipede demon was born. Story in Dark Souls is never outright presented to you in any chronological or meaningful fashion, at least not all the details. Those are often found in the descriptions of items. Each one has some unique flavor text to it, and some of them are pretty interesting. For example, the humanities that you find throughout the world of Dark Souls. This black sprite is called humanity, but little is known about its true nature. If the soul is the source of all life, then what distinguishes the humanity we hold within ourselves? Who dropped the ring, though? That would be Ceaseless Discharge, the giant mutated boss we fought at the end of last stream. When he is slain, the lava being produced by his body stops and cools enough for you to walk upon to get to this area. Dark Souls is definitely amongst my top favorite games, Potato HO. Very much so. Where the heck are we? That's where we come in. Lost Isolith is over here. Slayer, buddy.
Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it. Why? After all this searching...
Doesn't have a lot of hope down here. Let's see. These bonfires aren't warpable. Can't warp to this bonfire either. Okay. We'll be going to Lost Isolith momentarily, but there's something I need to do first for the purposes of this character's development. We need to max out our Pyromancy Flame and speak to the advanced Pyromancy trainer before I defeat the Bed of Chaos in Lost Isolith. Made that mistake before. If you defeat the Bed of Chaos before the Master Pyromancy trainer appears, then she'll never appear at all. Quilana, her name is. So I must do things in a specific order here to avoid locking myself out of something important. How's an average player supposed to know that? You are not. There are so many hidden and tucked away things in Dark Souls that you are not going to be able to know on your own. Now, Dark Souls does have a in-game intended system for you to learn about these sorts of things, which is the in-game messaging system. Players can use things called Soapstone to leave messages to players in other worlds, other players playing Dark Souls, hinting about immediate upcoming threats or locations of secret doors, or attempting to communicate some kind of greater requirement to you. However, the things that you can communicate via messages are simply preset phrases, so the customizability is a little bit limited. I don't think this is the kind of game that reading a wiki would ruin the experience for either. So, taking that approach, I think, would be relatively reasonable. In terms of learning about certain kinds of game mechanics, I think you should experience the bosses for the first time blind. It's the most enjoyable way for that to go. Anyway, that's not actually where I wanted to go. We're going up. Yes, Fluctuation EM. That elevator is exactly where I'm intended to head. I kind of autopiloted towards the demons there. But I'm supposed to go up the staircase instead of through this arena. Beep. Yeah, where enjoyable also means maximum suffering. Yes, this hammer is lightning infused. Hold on, let me give you the description of this thing. This is a giant wooden mallet that was used by a blacksmith giant. The giant blacksmith forges with this wooden hammer as it would be hazardous to handle lightning weapons with metals. And he used this hammer to infuse his weapons with lightning damage. This hammer is very notable for having a lightning attack rating that's higher than the physical attack rating. Note, it's 180 physical plus 300 lightning, which is better than the 50-50 split you'll get on properly lightning enchanted weapons. This is a unique weapon that you can only get by killing that giant. It's upgraded with Twinkling Titanite, and it goes to a maximum of +5, which is what this is. It's one of the hardest hitting weapons in the game, and is definitely the hardest hitting weapon for a level 1 character. Note that the base damage does not... Actually, no, we do get +20 from our strength. I can't believe this also has strength scaling on it. Huh. Most elemental enchanted weapons don't get any stat scaling at all. If I wasn't using this weapon, my second choice would be a Chaos Reinforced Club +5. And I think that would have... Actually, maybe even better performance against certain targets. But a moderately worse performance against most targets. It's also lighter weight, which is a nice advantage. And maybe I'll go through the trouble of acquiring that weapon, specifically so that... Actually... Since I am here-ish... Wait, no. Or I want to best do this. Keep changing my mind. We should rest... we can just warp to the Daughter of Chaos. Okay, yes. So we should go see if Quilana's here first. Doubled back like 3 times there. The Chaos Ember is right near where we are also. So if I want to get a Chaos +5 club, then... but that takes Titanite. Okay, I'll do that for the DLC, maybe. Yeah, a nice backup weapon, exactly. Exactly. I have to imagine the hammer's going to outperform the club against Artorias and Manus, though. So I'm not exactly sure who would be using the club on. Fluctuation says, beside the Lost Isolith sewer, where can you reasonably get a red slab to reach Chaos +5? Nowhere. Gotta use that one. If you're really lucky, you can get a dropped one from one of the Chaos Eaters. Is she here? Yes. This is the lady we're here to talk to. Let's not be poisoned, though. Let's see, I've also got some consumable souls I can use if we need more.
A mere undead, yet you can see me. Fascinating. I am Quilana of Isolith. I am not often revealed to walk as...
Oh, that's right, there's also one in the DLC, a red Titanite slab somewhere.
Gift. Are you too one who seeks...
Don't remember where that one is, though.
Like Solomon?
I remember what you said, but yes.
Yes, of course. It should be expected. Very well. You shall be my pupil. But to pursue my pyromancy, you must give something up. Are you prepared to do this?
So she sells the Mighty Pyromancies. Great Combustion is a very powerful one. Some of these might be better against bosses than I expect. Firestorm and Fire Whip we'll probably want to pick up as well. Undead Rapport lets you charm an enemy, I think? There's some pretty hilarious uses for this. Great Chaos Firestorm is not here. Don't know what I need for that. She can also further ascend our Pyromancy Flame to +15. And then... kind of reset it here. To what's called an ascended pyromancy flame. Further increasing the damage output.
Now go. Whatever you do, do not crack and go hollow, lest...
There's a quick way to use multiple of these in this game. $2.7 million souls to fully ascend the glove. That sounds right. Oh, Chaos Firestorm is through the... Oh. Oh. Well, we won't worry about that. In basically all later Souls games, including the Dark Souls Remastered, you can use multiple of these items at one time to speed up the process here. Oh, and I am blocking the Souls meter. I did mean to move that. The camera. I didn't have it in the final correct place. Hold on. There we go.
Ah, I
was tweaking before stream, and I didn't have Souls open, so I just guessed where the Souls meter was, and I was wrong.
No luck, But do not...
Okay, we have some unique boss souls. Wait, where'd they go? Soul of Smoke. I'll keep the Soul of Quelaag. This can only be made into an item I can't use. And that is true for this as well. Okay, let's buy Great Combustion. And Fire Whip. Great Fireball. Salaman the Master Pyromancer. I already have Fire Warp, don't I?
Now go.
Yeah, I do.
Whatever you do, lest my time...
Actually, don't mind buying another Fire Orb. One more. That way I can go double Fire Orb if I decide that's what I want.
Now go.
Okay, so from here we use a Horde Bone. We can now kill the Bed of Chaos, and Corlana won't disappear, so we can go back to her later and level up our Pyromancy. That actually put me here? Beautiful. Alright, then I'm not going to worry about getting the Chaos Ember just yet. We're just going to proceed into Lost Isolith. $2.7 million, 350,000. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. Boy, that is eye-scorching, huh? Here we're passing through the dome of Lost Isolith, the forgotten city of the Chaos Witches. Isolith was lost to the chaos and overrun by demons, then sealed underneath this great dome of stone so that nothing could escape. But there's a breach and we're able to enter. Inside, lots of toasty, eye-melting lava and what are affectionately known as dragon butts. Basically, the lower halves of giant draconic creatures, reanimated and alive still, with a vague awareness and a really, really mean roundhouse kick. Not to be messed with, unless strictly necessary. They don't respawn, so you can make your way through the area slowly clearing them all one at a time, but I really don't recommend it, especially if the game looks like this the whole time. I think there's a pretty wide consensus that Lost Izalith particularly, it was one of the weaker areas in terms of the design, and a lot of talk about the development process for this area being quite rushed. Would have liked to see it change a little bit more for Dark Souls Remastered, but other than the visual element, they left it completely untouched. Reasonable decision. Ooh, 20k souls from that. Bonk. So, there's a path in the middle here. Oh, we missed that one off. It's stomping time. Run! And that's why we run. Oh, dear God. Help! Bonfire, save me. Also, by the way, there's a secret bonfire here. I totally missed this on my first playthrough of the game, and had to do the entirety of Lost Izalith, including the Bed of Chaos, without dying. That is a... Oof, that is tough. Okay. So from this bonfire, the way to Lost Izalith proper is through this little archway. There's a route, and it leads upwards. Set Bed of Chaos. If you want to achieve that Dark Marker, have you seen like the firebomb tricks for getting the two arms? Because I'm pretty sure you could find a reliable deathless strat for that fight, even if it is a bit of an odd and cheesy one. And for those who aren't familiar with what I'm talking about, if you stand directly under the Bed of Chaos's like root beards and throw a firebomb in exactly the correct spot, you can hit the arms on the left and right to break them without having to move all the way around the sides of the arena. And it makes the fight way easier, since you could just drop down directly to the final route instantly. Yeah, it's the current. Okay, so that's the current strategy used by both speedruns and no-hit runs. Highly recommend that strategy then. So these guys are the ones who have a chance to drop red Titanite slabs, but it's very small, and I think most of them don't respawn. So the ability to farm them is extremely limited. get one? Negative. Didn't think so. So there's a whole kind of side area to Lost Isolith here. That we can explore, including a big bridge that crosses to some stuff. Oh dear God. Oh, I lived! Hey, that's why we wear the Mask of the Mother. Easy. No, you die. Every hit point counts. It's just one humanity increases the drop rate, they said. Not gonna go all the way to 10, but one sounds good. I can wear better armor. Fire defense. My selfish need to live. Damn right. Okay, so I've got 2 Estises. I'll equip some Humanities, just in case. And it's slip and slide time. Bed of Chaos. Very much unlike all the other fights in Dark Souls, this one's a bit of a puzzle boss, you can call it. You've got this big tree structure in the middle. Initially, it only does these swiping attacks, and there's nothing really going on here. In this big circular arena, you're shown these 2 glowing shackles of sorts. These are actually, I think, what's holding the Bed of Chaos imprisoned here in the center of Isolith. So it flails at you as you approach, but can't otherwise impede you. Trouble starts when you go to one of these sides and destroy the ward. Let's show a partial cheese for this fight, too, I guess. So, the big scythe arm is intimidating, but not actually the real problem here. The real problem is now that part of the floor is going to collapse. And it's going to make it very difficult for us to move around. Successfully escaped floor death. I think the other side also goes. Yeah. So, falling into any of this, particularly if you dodge into a section that's going to collapse, and it collapses under you, is instant death. That's part of what can make this fight really frustrating, is not knowing where or when the floor is going to fall apart. You have to go on the inside here. The attacks can hit you. There might be a jump you can make across, too, but I don't trust my ability to make it. So I'll risk the interior approach. Oh dear God. Ah! We made it! Okay. Once you've broken both sides, you then have to approach the center of the arena, where the floor will collapse again, revealing the final path you have to get onto. That means making my way back out of this side area to the center again, and I'll show you a helpful little trick to do that quickly. You can actually quit out of the game here, and immediately loading your save places you in front of the fog door to the boss, which lets you slide back into the center of the arena, and it remembers that both sides have been destroyed, so I don't have to do that part again, and we're just now in the middle here, without having to dodge any attacks. Little help if you're having trouble with this boss, because it is a real pain in the butt. Oh God. Help! Help! So the hardest part I find is approaching the center here at the very end. These sweeps come in quickly enough that there's really not a lot of room for hesitation. And the big scythe attack can be a real problem too. Yeah, done. If you get knocked on your ass, then you don't have enough time to recover. You have to do this without getting hit. Yes! Okay. Whew. Here I thought we were going to have a hard time. The center lies this bug. Punch the bug. Become strong. Wonderful. And yes, when you're in this vine tunnel at the end, the boss's firestorm attack can still hit you, so you have to be careful about that. Because it can definitely happen to you. Hey there, Base Cannon. This is my first time trying to beat Dark Souls Soul Level 1. I think I've watched a playthrough of Soul Level 1 before, and I've done a couple of self-imposed challenge runs of Dark Souls 1, but I've never done this particular variety, and it feels like the time to earn that particular badge. We done Tomb of the Giants yet? We have, yes. We now have the 3 of the 4 major Lord Souls that we need. The Soul of Seath the Scaleless, the albino dragon. Fragment of a Lord Soul discovered at dawn of the Age of Fire. Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned upon the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty, and given a fragment of a great soul. Although just a piece, it will still satiate the Lord Vessel. Soul of the bed of chaos and the mother of all demons, this Lord Soul was found at the dawn of the Age of Fire. The Witch of Izalith attempted to duplicate the first flame from a soul, but instead created a distorted being of chaos and fire. Its power formed a bed of life which would become the source of all demons, and is more than enough to satiate the Lord Vessel. Soul of Grave Lord Nito, first of the dead. This Lord Soul was discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. Grave Lord Nito administers the death of all manners of beings. The power of this soul is so great that it satiates the Lord Vessel, despite the fact that much of its energy has already been offered to death. We now need the fragments of Lord Gwyn's soul held by the four kings of Anorlando, a city beneath Firelink Shrine that was sealed away and flooded to protect from an invasion of dark wraiths from the abyss. Where are we headed now? 73,000 souls. Oh, I actually didn't even attune my new spells. Hold on, let's fix that. I want to try out Great Combustion, and I want to try out Fire Whip here. How much damage does that do to a boss, I wonder? 59. Uses 21 of castings. Very interesting indeed. No, Lobobo, a dad joke for you. Did you hear about the dog who became a chosen undead? They say he was blessed with the bark sign. Or I guess cursed with the bark sign. Works either way. Full of Gravy says, knowing the Hammer and Chaos Club and stuff, did I figure that out myself or did I learn from others? My knowledge of this game is a mixture of self-learned knowledge and wiki-devoured knowledge. My very first playthrough of Dark Souls, I did so without reading any guides or looking up the locations of any of the items or any of that. And did have a blind first playthrough, which I really, really, truly enjoyed. And then over the years, I've done a mixture of, like, trying to figure out new stuff and reading about more stuff. And at this point, there's very little about Dark Souls 1 that I don't know. I have maybe well over 500 hours of gameplay in Dark Souls the First, but I actually don't know my playtime because I've played this game many times over several different platforms. PlayStation, PC, multiple copies of it on PC. Oh dear. Oh no. Keep coming. Amazing. Hit both mosquitoes, but not the giant. That's cute.
Outstanding. I suppose I can hardly thank you enough. Please take this. It is all of me.
Oh, Fire Tempest. $6K for the next one. I have enough for
Now
that.
go. Don't you rest my...
50k for the final Pyromancy Flame
Now
upgrade.
go. Don't you dare let your lest my
Not too bad. Sif has not been fought yet. That's where I'm headed right now, actually, is to fight the Grey Wolf Sif. Good time to show off a particular piece of fan art I have. Oh, I did not buy the crest for the forest. Shoot. Good call. All right. I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, I can go around if I really want to. It is a long and arduous route. Let's just call it that. I'm not sure the Hydra is going to let me climb the ladder. That's the problem. Can't remember if you move fast enough to dodge the shots or not. Otherwise, I'll have to kill the Hydra, and that's, well, that's quite a tall order, actually. Oh, if I want to do the DLC, I need to be over here anyway. Okay, so I have to kill this Hydra regardless. In that case, I'll try to kill the Hydra. Fire with great combustion, so I didn't equip my ranged pyromancies, but I can change that at the bonfire over here. Let's go do that. Because yes, great fireball would make that nice and easy. I've got a lot of practice doing Hydra melee only strategy, which is really challenging compared to doing range attacks. You get very limited opportunities to hit that thing, but it's so satisfying to cut the heads off one at a time versus just attacking the body with fire. Okay, give me great fireball, one regular fireball, just in case I miss or something. Hey, Jimbo Sir, I'll be playing some Spire after the Dark Souls today. My goal for today's stream, defeat the 4 kings in Anor Londo. Wow. You guys are weak to lightning. I did not know that. Body's too far away to actually reach with my attacks. Shoot. Oh dear. That's why I killed most of them, because I was worried about that. Hey there, Lady Gordon. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, one more hit. Oh, understood. The golem just wanted to say hi. Hey, that was the smoothest Hydra kill I've ever had. I'm just gonna be honest. GG. Beautiful. So after the Hydra is defeated, if you save and quit here, a golem should appear. You can also achieve this by just like leaving the area and coming back later. You just have to experience a load screen of any kind. Alright, since I couldn't hit the Hydra with Great Fireball, let's hit you with Great Fireball. If you look really carefully, you can actually see the silhouette of a woman trapped inside the big crystal on this thing's shoulder. Her name is Dusk of Ulasil, and we'll rescue her by slaying this thing. Oh god. We're getting murdered by it.
So, 'tis thou who rescued me. Most gracious, I am deeply obliged. I am Dusk of Ulasil. I cometh from an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, allow me to ask one thing. My home, Ulasil, is the home of ancient sorceries. My hope is to pass this profound knowledge to thee, with thine approval. Would this be of assistance to thee?
Give me the stuff. She's got quite a few good items for sale.
My heartfelt thanks. I am pleased beyond words. Then I shout, engrave my signature. If thou art in need, pray summon me from my signature. It seems that my time is done. May the great flames guide thee.
She'll leave a summon sign on the other side of the Hydra arena. I think we have to speak to her at least once to get the spawn. I also want to double check she doesn't have any items I want to buy. The only ladder that's also a slide. Yeah, we're going to be climbing up, I think what might be the longest ladder in all of Dark Souls momentarily here. This one. Not sure if that's true. Oh, the really expensive ladder from the ladder guy. That's right. I forgot about that guy. Oh, and there's one in Bloodborne. I have not been to the Poison Lake in Bloodborne. I gotta start playing Bloodborne again. I got halfway through and then I just kind of stopped. Oh right, I wanted to see her sign. Right. Yeah, we'll put out again. It's like I went over to where the sign was supposed to be. Didn't see the sign. I was like, oh, I don't know why I came over here. Right. I think a few players would argue the best armor set for Soul Level 1 is no armor, because you're going to gear yourself to just not take any hits. But we've done the opposite. We're going to go a little bit of durability, and I think it'll let me live
I am
comfortably.
Dusk of Ulisil. It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes.
Okay, so you can sell me items. So she's got some sorceries. The most useful one she has... Hidden Body is really nice for sneaking past enemies, or Cast Light, if you want to go through the Tomb of the Giants without having to give up an item slot. She's also got the very useful Ulisil Ivory Catalyst. This is a very low-weight catalyst, only 0.5, and it is the best catalyst for any character with low intelligence, since it has a base magic adjustment that doesn't depend on your character's intelligence stat. The White Bark boosts sorcery adjustment, but the sorceries this Lost Land are gentle and not affected by intelligence. So any low-level sorcerer character will love that.
May the flames guide thee.
May the flames! Of course, sorceries tend to have an intelligence requirement, so it's not the most useful item. Oh yeah, lets you run Magic Weapon, which is very helpful if you are using an enchantable weapon. With pretty low investment, too. The Magic Weapon only has an intelligence requirement of 10, right? That'd be quite nice for a kind of sorcery-empowered warrior. If you've got good strength and dexterity, and then you augment that with bonus magic damage, you're going to have a really hard-hitting weapon. High strength and demon great axe with crystal weapon. Hit for 1,000 damage. Ledge, barely survive. I don't remember what this is. I never come here. Just the soul of a brave warrior. You got it. Two hit most bosses with that. Yeah, I bet. Do you add Power Within on top for absolute shenanigans? Put on a red Tearstone ring, you could probably hit for 3,000 damage. Warning, giant rolling cats live in this area, and they are freaking fast. Oh dear. Alright, I'm going to try not to mess with these too much. Let's try avoiding behavior. Yeah, that's a good idea. You can fight him, but it's super not worth it. Alright, now I gotta prove that I know what I'm doing in the Civ fight. I have humanities, I suppose. Hold on. No need to be that try-hard about it. Yeah, the sneaking spell would have been very helpful for getting through that without being disturbed. Yeah, if I don't win this, it's not that bad of a climb to get back here, because the Hydra's no longer there. So this is the grave of Artorius the Abyss Walker. We need to come here to retrieve his ring, the Covenant of Artorias, in order to traverse the dark of the abyss. Quick on the draw there. Oh dear. Well, that was a bad showing. Got me before I was ready. Fortunately, we're back here, not too far. Which way am I facing when I spawn? It is back towards the base. Okay. Not bad. Really have to make sure I don't let that sword touch me if I want to win. I think grainy is a relatively accurate description, Spief. Don't forget, this is the non-remastered of the game, which is 10 years old now, I believe. It's aged pretty well, all things considered. I think the remastered version does look a lot better, and I can highly recommend it. Hey, you keep watching, I'll keep streaming, Efeezy. Pleasure to have ya. Well, because yes, you just finished the Demon's Souls remake. I can also second that as a incredible looking game. If you've got a good 4K display and a PS5, it runs smooth as can be, and is an incredible visual experience. Very, very impressed with that. Hey there, Prankster. I'm doing great today. Very happy to be playing some Dark Souls. Remastered. Warning, do not anger the cats. Oh my god, I looked away for a second. It was a mistake. Favorite weapon in Dark Souls 1? Ooh. I might have to go with Quelaag's Fury Sword. I really like the visual effect that goes with that weapon, and it's a really solid all-around weapon choice, too. Other things that I'd like to shout out include the Great Scythe, one of the best full-arm weapons there is. And the Lucerne, because I think it's cool and unusual. Not that good, though. Oh dear. What? Excuse you? I'm standing over here. Just squish me like I'm a Goomba. Very impolite, doggo. Sip's very jumpy. So you have to know when you get the openings to attack and when you don't. Usually after a missed swing. Sometimes when Sif jumps right on top of you, you've got an opportunity. Note the tremendous damage output of this hammer, making my life a lot easier. I hate that spin attack. Very hard to dodge. Dang it. Very hard to dodge and get inside the range of, that is, on the spin attack. The follow through on it almost inevitably hits me, unless you roll just perfectly. Well, that was a whiff for both of us, but I'm going to call it a win. Poor boy. GG. Hold on, I'm going to take a second here to show off one of my favorite things that I own, Dark Souls related wise. Which is, if the microphone's not too much in the way, my Sif figurine. If I can get that kind of visible. There we go. I've got a molded, kind of maybe foot-tall statue of Sif perching atop the grave of Artorias. There used to be a sword that went with that would be held in the teeth, but Doggo's teeth broke, so the sword doesn't stay there anymore. But there was a sword that went with it. Got this maybe like 10 years ago, genuinely. I've had it forever. One of my favorite things of fan art. Wanted to show that off real quick. Okay, so we get the Covenant of Artorias. It's in the rings. Here. It's where, like, Artorias himself can traverse the abyss. We don't need that yet. We also got the Soul of Sif. Sif, who inherited the Divine Night Sword, guards the grave of Artorias the Abyss Walker. Now we must go to not Inner Londo, New Londo, which is below Firelink Shrine. Technically available from the start of the game, if you feel like dealing with spooky ghosts. This is definitely going to be a poise ring kind of situation. Could also max out our Pyro Flame here. Which reminds me, I did want to try. Let's see, for 4 Kings I do want to try. Actually, I'll try Great Combustion on them. Great Combustion, Great Fireball. Should be plenty for tackling the 4 Kings. Firelink, there is an elevator. Turns into a big ruin. Jared, away, thank you so much for the 4 months. So, the ghosts here in New Londo are impervious to all harm by the player, unless the player is cursed in some fashion. You can use the actual curse status to achieve this effect if you really want to, but it's a lot easier to use the transient curses, which make you act like you're cursed for 2 minutes so that you can hit the ghosts. Who are very rude, by the way. They've got stabby knives and really long, creepy arms. Okay, nice one clean hit, though. Very good. And yeah, I know we could go back to Koalana and max out the Pyromancy Flame, but I don't feel like taking the time to do that right now. And I don't think it's going to matter too much for the Four Kings fight. Maybe a little, but not much. Don't know if the game ever gives you guidance on how to deal with ghosts. Whoa! Camera, don't try to kill me. Thank you. That was close. Whew. I bet Great Combustion kills these ghosts real good, though. Let's give it a test run. Oh yeah, satisfying. That'll be my go-to for the ghosts in these close quarters combats. There's a couple times you have to enter structures here in New Londo, and boy, is that a nasty time. Oh dear. As evidenced. You can also, of course, as you'd expect for ghosts, move through walls. Be big jerks that way. Yeah, the ghost chimney is going to be blah. Wish I had more combustions left for that. Maybe Great Fireball can help me. Oh, that's not the right way. Here it is. Fog gate here. There's also a Banshee right around the corner. I'll go deal with her. More transient curses in case we fail in our attempt, which is relatively likely. There's a ladder here you can kick down. This creates a shortcut. So at least we can get back to this far if we should perish. Root ghosts everywhere. Everywhere that looks like it might be vaguely safe is not. It's a general rule. So I'm going to just move forward slowly and try to attract ghosts one or two at a time here. Got a couple. Okay, come in here, run away. Try to attract more ghosts. How that works. I'm expecting my curse to wear off any second now, so I'm being a little cautious about that. Someone's trying to attack me. There you are. Really? Oh, wait, did my... Oh, we're off. Understood. Might be one or two more here. Yep. Should count them sometime. There's really way more ghosts in this building than you'd expect. Yeah, that one. They won't follow you up to this roof, though, where Ingward is.
Well, this is a surprise. I get few visitors, save for ghosts. You have the Lord Vessel. Very impressive. I know exactly what your intentions are. You seek the four kings whom I guard over. This is the key to the seal.
Why, thank you.
The four kings slumber in the deepest chamber of the ruins. Use this key to break the seal and open the floodgates. Oh, and do not forget, the dark wraiths reside in a dark void called the Abyss. But the Abyss is no place for ordinary mortals. Although, long ago, the knight Artorius traversed the Abyss. If you can find him and learn from him, the Abyss may prove surmountable. Hello there. What is it? The key to the seal is now in your hands. I will help you in any way possible.
Buy more transient curses, and he's got a resist curse spell. Curse is not really a overly dangerous thing in Dark Souls. We have not already killed the four kings. That's a specific boss that is coming up and will be our next boss fight. Ingward here guards the seal that keeps them trapped underground underwater. We will empty the floodgates, drain the city, and then face the four kings. The four kings are themselves one of the four bosses that you need to defeat in order to progress to the end game of Dark Souls, which is understandably a little confusing. The city was originally flooded as kind of a way of abandoning the entire place to the dark rays that invaded up through the abyss. The unfortunate citizens of New Londo perished by the thousands, and you can actually see them all over the drains. Tens of thousands, really. All over the drained area. Once you go down to the bottom, there's just corpses upon corpses upon corpses. All sacrificed to try to keep the dark at bay. I'm actually going to use a homeward bone here. We're going to head back to Firelink now that we've drained the area. Refresh my... injustices. No worries, Doenian. Dark Souls very much not a game that's for everybody. At least gameplay-wise. And a good general reminder tip for Dark Souls: after you get off an elevator, step on it to send it back upwards, because the next time you need it, it's going to be back at the top again. Because you're going to die. Roguelike Souls, a mod that randomizes enemy moves? That sounds janky. I would try that. I would definitely try that. Enemy moves. So here at the bottom, we encounter the thing that the New Londo citizens were trying to hide from. This is a Dark Wraith. Powerful, soul-stealing, humanity-stealing jerks. They're pretty tough, especially if you don't have a ridiculously overpowered weapon like I do. Not moves, but their speed and power. Gotcha. Oh, that's cool. So you might face a less hard-hitting but faster animated version of a boss? That does sound very interesting. What other Souls-likes have a game from non-FromSoft? Would qualify that I've played. I haven't played Salt and Sanctuary. I've played Hollow Knight. Probably one of the closest. And I really enjoyed Hollow Knight. I have not played Neo. Or Sekiro. I played a little bit of Mortal Shell, because that was the PS Plus game for the past month. Whoa, excuse you. Double kill. The big glob thing won't respawn, so if we fail against the Four Kings, we'll not have trouble. Okay, let's make sure we equip the Covenant of Artorias so that we can traverse the abyss. Don't get cheeky and try to take off the Covenant of Artorias ring during the Four Kings boss fight either. You will die. stair descending down, 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 and then nothing. Before I step off this ledge, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, though. Make sure I can think completely clearly, because I'm going to need to reflexes very hard momentarily. So I will be right back. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. But it's boss fighting time. The Four Kings of New Londo. We're about as well equipped as we could reasonably be. We could have maybe one more plus on the Pyro Flame, but everything else is about max here. Guess you could theoretically argue for better upgraded armor, perhaps. We have 14 large Titanite shards, so I could get my chest armor up to +8 or so. Maybe worth thinking about. But I doubt a little hit point of damage here or there is going to make a big difference. Four Kings is very much a damage race. There are bosses that spawn in continually, essentially. The faster you can kill them, the more manageable this is. But overall, ooh, it's tough. Okay, where we're going first. This way. Oh, crap. What? Also what? There's the second one. Ah, crap. That was an interesting strike. But we did a lot of failure there. Add 1 to the death count. Let's try it again. Fortunately, getting back to the Four Kings is pretty swift if you're practiced at it. But I expect this is going to take me a few tries. Hence why I sent the elevator back to the top. Most deaths was not to ONS. No, I actually only died one time to ONS. Most deaths has been, like, random. I think, Tomb of the Giants was most deaths, overall. Mostly falling deaths. Or deaths getting overwhelmed by enemies I was trying to run by. The clams in the crystal caves got me a couple times. Stinky clams. And I lost a bunch of lives. I lost a bunch of lives. Died a bunch in the beginning of the Duke's Archives. Those are the ones I remember. Oh dear. Proper dodging required to get past arc wraiths. Important to getting away from the fog door too, because they can actually stab you through the door. They are rude. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill the first king with my hammer. This time. Get a feel for what that's like. Fortunately, our bloodstain will show me at least the correct direction to run in. Please don't use magic on me. Thank you. There's the second one. could do that attack at such close range. Wow. Was not expecting that to be a kill. Got a little too greedy there, didn't dodge that swing. Brutal. Still, that felt like a very promising attempt. I don't think it's going to take more than 10 tries. Oh, I did remember. Good. Will I remember to send the elevator back for all 10 of those tries? I'm not sure. But we'll do our best. Raunchy. Ah! That's what I thought. What happens if there's no elevator? No, I am your Father Christmas. GPS 6304, thank you so much for the 15 months of support. Jeez. Oh! Did I at least survive that? It's definitely not the start I want to this fight, but I'll try to recover. Could save and quit here and just reset the fight, but I'm not going to. Oh, I should, though. Oh, that'll do it. If that's the leading attack pattern from the boss, I'm going to die every single time. There's no life counter of any time in Dark Souls, Mr. Undo. We're counting the deaths for our own amusement, mostly. But I can die as many times as I want, and I'll always respawn at the last bonfire that I visited. Not unusual for a first playthrough of Dark Souls or any Souls game to involve a death count in the hundreds. They're designed to be pretty challenging, and usually each death is designed to, or occurs as a way of teaching you something. A dodge timing, a mechanic, an enemy's ability. And it takes a lot of learning the hard way to get through Dark Souls. Oh, I forgot to elevate. I knew it would happen when I got distracted by a conversation or something. I knew it would happen. I'll go back. No elevators left behind. Even though it's longer to do it this way now than it would be to just ride the elevator back up. Doesn't matter. It's for honor. And that's when Baylor got trapped on the upward elevator and wasted even more time. Four hours of riding the elevator up and down Stream Follows. No one's allowed to leave during this time. You're trapped like I am. Too early. There's a couple different ways to get to the lower part of the city from the upper part with drop-downs. That's just the most convenient one, but even if that one were to be patched out, hypothetically speaking, there'd be 2 or 3 others. Feels like they have to be on purpose. Also just go down this way here. If you don't angle your fall correctly and try to go down the middle, you can actually kill yourself. I've died multiple times doing that. So I will not be doing it. This stupid ability. Pretty much have to block this. There's no dodging it. What? I refuse. Save us a lot of time by resetting the fight in that way. It's a little cheesy getting out of a certain depth, but accept it. Sometimes a little cheese is necessary to grease the wheel, so to speak. Squeaky cheese gets the grease. Okay, we'll fall off here. I'm not going to count save and quit as a death, because we've had many save and quits already, and I don't want to go back and recount. Wow, I am not sure how to dodge that, actually. That's what I learned. If you're really close to them, it's very difficult to dodge. Oh, come on. Hello. Oh, no. Yeah, I figured. Feels like some amount of kindness on behalf of the kings is helpful when you're doing a soul level 1 Core Kings fight. They've got some attacks that are really easy to punish them for, and some attacks that are very much not easy to punish them for. Mostly they're magical attacks. You have to be fucking kidding me. Yeah, as 6-4 Ninja notes, the worst part of the grab is not how much damage it deals to the player, but rather it takes a really long time to do so, which means that the next king is going to spawn in very quickly after while you're immobilized. And that's the real problem. Once you've got 2 kings in the arena at the same time, things get really tricky. $17.89? That's an old recipe. Holy moly, Carson. You have to make it for posterity. It's kind of similar with the big explosion attack. It's not as slow as the grab, but it does still take up a lot of time as it forces you to dodge outside the blast radius. Or you can face tank the hit if you have a good enough shield, but that's really hard to do at Soul Level 1. I could maybe go looking for a good magic block shield, but I'm quite sure that I can do the fight with this setup. I could try a red Tearstone ring. Actually, no, I can't, because my rings have to be Favor and Protection, Covenant of Artorias. That's another thing that makes this boss fight so hard. You have to have one of your ring slots dedicated to entering the boss arena. And if you don't do that, well, that leaves you down 1 ring, essentially. It's no good. Follow up. Really? Oops, that's not the correct character. I meant to delete this save file, actually. I did not look up any particular soul level guide prior to this playthrough. I've looked up soul level 1 guides in the past, like long time ago, but mostly I'm just basing this off my overall knowledge of the game. Sure, there's a few other things that I could be doing. Different strategies for this fight. Like I could go for a one-hit kill sort of build if I wanted to. By stacking damage multipliers. What? Click to the dodge button. Oh no. Well, that was entirely on me. I failed to dodge both of those sword stabs. I had plenty of chance. I have to be pretty aggressive against the 4 kings. Since there's a constant timer on the fight, you can't afford to play defensively or cautiously, as you'll get overwhelmed if you do. That's right, if you die before picking up the souls that are on your bloodstain, those souls are lost forever. And you'll leave a new bloodstain behind. Elevator forgotten. Or not? Elevator success. And yeah, we don't have a whole lot of need for souls in a Soul Level 1 playthrough. So I don't mind at all if I end up losing the souls that are on that bloodstain. Dark Souls 2 is actually, I think, the most interesting game for me conceptually on a Soul Level 1 perspective, because there are many items in Dark Souls 2 that allow you to boost your stats. And so you can meet various requirements in a Soul Level 1 playthrough using those items. Combustion the next one. That was a really good first kill. Just gotta do that 3 more times. Oops. Really? Horizontal slashes are my bane so far. Little slow on my dodges. Just a little bit. If you're into Dark Souls, like character building and theory crafting, Dark Souls 2 by far has the most interesting options for you to play with. There's just such a wealth of equipment overall, and so much of it is aimed at some kind of odd or unique build. Like the twin sword that's also a catalyst, for example. And these items can be really cool to build around. Apologies to Onion if you feel like you didn't get your dad joke yet. Here. Let me think of a good one. It's Dark Souls related. I think I agree with that, OmniCloud. The fact... One of the things Souls game really teaches well is patience. Patience and a resistance to frustration. And if you could retry the boss fights instantly, I don't think it would convey that in the same way. That said, it would be a really nice quality of life thing. Oh, the actual animation of death is only like 3 or 4 seconds. I guess it does add up, though. Patience, a resistance to frustration, and a fanatical devotion to the Pope are 4 weapons are And surprise. 4 weapons. Patience. Devotion to the Pope. Oh, and crucifixes. Nice red uniforms. No one expects the 5th king. No one. This is absolutely going to be the hardest boss of the entire run. Even if I go into the DLC, that might still be true. What do you call a frog who lies a lot? An amphibian. Because he's fibbing. And ribbiting. A ribbiting joke for you all. I think it's also important to set an expectation for dad jokes in general. The longer that you have to wait for one, the worse it must eventually be. That's just economics. Okay, I'm going to continue to try a strategy of kill the first one with a hammer, kill the second one with combustions, proceed from there. Big overhead swing is the easiest one to punish them for. Good old Dark Souls 1 action cue. That dodge after getting hit by the first hit was actually my attempt to dodge the first hit that got queued up. Oops. When you press the dodge button in Dark Souls, it means your character is going to roll at the next available moment, usually. So there can be a time separation between those two things. I agree, the floor makes it really difficult to judge distance to any of the targets in that fight, too. My current problem is that some of my dodges are taking me too far away from the poor king to start attacking again. So I'm actually dodging too much? Or too early? Something. Well, that was not correct. Am I a fan of turn-based RPGs? I am, yes. Had a lot of fun with Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 in particular. That one guy, Carson, says, OWM asks, why don't the Four Kings just attack me together? Please do not give the Four Kings any ideas. I need all the help I can get here. Three hits after that. Okay, no stamina. Dodge that one. Okay. 2 hits. 2 hits. Swing for Kestis. Okay, that was a very good first king. What do we got here? We're ahead of schedule there. Oh no. Okay, get it. Thank you. Trolls. What? That hit me 2 times. I should have lived that swing, but I shouldn't have got hit by it in the first place. Still, that was our best attempt yet, so I'm feeling very good that we're about to get it. I'd say I find this on average a lot less frustrating than I found Celeste to play. Although that might just be because I have way more total hours in Souls than in Celeste. I'm still a Celeste newbie by most counts. Heavy armor is a valid strategy. You can just kind of face tank the Four Kings. I might try that after a couple more quick rolling attempts. Problem is, with such a low equip burden, this character really can't equip very heavy armor and move at all. Like, how much of Havel's can I equip? I do Havel. Oh, I can. Ooh, that's not a bad strategy. If I even go Havel's Helm, I could. That makes me very slow, but very tanky. I did all of the B-sides except Core B to OWM, and I didn't get into the C-sides. Einon says, Celeste made me aware that I'm not actually pointing the analog stick where I think I am. Can deeply empathize with that feeling. Like, what? What do you mean? That's not our correct input. Good way to calibrate yourself, I suppose. Okay, either way, I don't want this 4 running by. Let's try one attempt at tanky setup here. So we go Havels, Havels, Havels. Let's go Havel here too. That way I don't need to heal. Got 10 Estus Flasks. The goal is just hit the 4 Kings really hard while wearing very, very heavy armor. So we are very slow. We have reduced stamina regeneration speed, but we have a lot of poise, which means we won't be interrupted when taking damage, and we have incredibly good defenses too. Our roll is also extremely slow. Jeez. Doesn't work if the second king gets there in time, though. I'll try that one more time with heavy armor. How far behind the curve are we for this fight? Like 5% behind. We're almost perfectly on curve. How long do you have between kings? It's about 45 seconds. Not long. And I have tried Griftlands. Played the full release. I like it as a deck builder, but I don't find it that replayable. It was a really enjoyable first-time playthrough with each of the 3 characters, though. And I definitely recommend it, especially if you can get it on sale for cheap. Very good pickup. Oh, I've been meaning to get Fights in Tight Spaces. I forgot to buy that during the sale. Dang it. I've seen a little Fights in Tight Spaces. Seemed cool, but a little incomplete. But it's since released, so I imagine it feels a bit more complete than it did when I looked at it. This is the last lord, yes! If we defeat the 4 kings, then the way to Gwyn will open. And we'll be able to move into the end game of Dark Souls. how that fight is supposed to go. Top up here. Whoa, holy crap. That's gonna suck. The time lost here is brutal. What? Just in time. This is going best attempt so far. Not again. We survived having it happen one time, we can survive having it happen 2 times. This might be it, chat. GG. Heavy armor gets the job done. First try. Well, that fight was 4 king difficult. GG. This is where Darkstalker Koth, excuse me, will appear if you have not spoken to Frumpt yet. The old Chonkenbong. Just face tank it all. Forehead. For 42, yeah, that was less than 10 attempts, as expected. Cool. Pretty happy with that. Using the Mask of the Mother. Sweet. Now we can unequip the Covenant of Artorias. Forever. Get the Wolf Ring back on for now. I'm gonna go to the DLC too, or is it straight to Gwyn? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I want to do the DLC or not. I am currently torn. On one hand, I feel like it'd be nice to wrap up the thought in today's session, which I could do if we just go to Gwyn. But on the other hand, the DLC is a pretty good challenge. What we will do is go upgrade our Pyro Flame, I guess. Although I didn't use it for the end fights, for the Four Kings fight, so maybe I'm just fine. Either way, I'll open the gate here.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Do not treat me like an old withering snake.
What's up, Frumpt?
I am pleased to see you well. Is it something urgent? Very well. Then stay still for a moment.
Nom. Lord Souls. The Lord Vessel is satiated. It opens the way to, I think, the coolest looking area in the game, the Kiln of the First Flame. The whole area is coated in ash from the kiln. Wind's faithful Black Knights are here. So she asks, is there any way to wield the Black Knight halberd at soul level 1? No way. You're way under the stat requirements for it. And it's not at all possible. There's only a relatively short list of weapons that the soul level 1 character can wield in Dark Souls the First. Oh dear. Oh, you lived that! Well, that was an unnecessary death. Alright, so what do we think? Do I fight Gwyn now? Finish Dark Souls here? Or do I stop the Souls content for today and we'll do the DLC, at least start the DLC, on another day of stream? Those are our two options, basically. Simply unlocking this last area is a useful Titanite farm, by the way. These Black Knights always drop Titanite chunks when killed. And wants to see the DLC? I like DLC. I think I have to be able to say that I beat Calamite, so level 1. Alright, fair enough. Let's position ourselves for the start of that, for next stream then. I always personally found the Souls games to be kind of oddly cozy. Although they can be really, really frustrating at times. They're very quiet. Not a lot of noise going on most of the time. Very lonely. A lot of solitude happening. Just kind of this, like, feeling of mutedness. Fits with my vibe pretty well. By Tech Nemesis, when he was intangible, how big do you think I could get a claw to be? Great question, Barnacles on a Boot. I think if you wanted the biggest claw possible, the best way to do it is going to be with some kind of infinite combo against the heart, so that you can continue to play claws without ever winning the fight. Against Nemesis, you can't play more than 200 claws, so if... assuming you did 1 damage per claw, the last claw would have a stated damage of 401. Against Heart, though, you can go to any number you want. I'm not sure how the path to the DLC is supposed to be found, Darkache. I think it is absolutely a needlessly obtuse way to start a DLC. The way that getting to Ulasil works in Dark Souls 1. There's nothing that hints you towards it, and without looking it up, I really don't know how you're supposed to do it. I mean that. Options are limited. I wasn't even supposed to come over here. Only down to the Hydra. Bonk. Excuse me. Saw a blind player find it. I think, yeah, that's definitely viable. Simply exhaustively exploring every location will eventually get you there. But I know I did not get there the first time blind. That's what I remember. I'll even make one attempt at the Guardian before we switch games here to Spire. Okay, that's not the right way. Kind of funny to watch the decisions that I make with my gameplay when I'm reading chat. I successfully go somewhere, but it's not always the place that I actually need to go. Very much appreciate Spire for letting me take my time. I can pause and answer a question or something before shenanigans occur. Oh wait, I didn't get the golem though. That's actually where we're going now. Foolish! What's this item though? I have to go to the archives to set up the DLC here, which I did forget about. Okay, that's where you get Dusk's set. Very notably, Dusk's helmet, the Crown of Dusk, gives a big boost to your magic damage. However, it makes you look like this. So, there's that. This is not that much worse than the Mask of Leather. That means we're homeward boning now. Tragic. Run all the way down here one more time. That should be the closest fire. Guess I'll run a quick test. So, one normal bop on giant. 298. Round of dusk equipped. $298. No improvement. Thankfully, I took care of the boars instead of running past them. This empty corridor. Okay, that's the golem I have to kill. Okay, Broken Pendant gets us to the DLC. Hey there, Merle. You're actually just in time for the start of the Spire content. I'll be switching over momentarily here. Just gathering up the last pieces to go to the DLC of Dark Souls with our next stream here. London Parish. That's where I'm going. Oh. Stiff legs today. Take that, tree. Nature can suck it. Broccoli man does whatever a broccoli can. Which is mostly be rich in vitamin C. Good for him. I think we mentioned this earlier in the stream, Aeon. Closest Spire equivalent would be either a starter deck only challenge or a no relics challenge. Basically denying yourself a very significant way that you can get stronger during the run. Bonk. It is possible to play A20 without unlocks by using save file editing, but I don't think it would be possible normally. Oh, I guess glitches could work too. Shai Shanagon, thank you so much for 3 months of support, all in advance. The Triple Crown. Alright, here's the entrance to the DLC, this swirling mass of something. All very cryptic. You arrive here, surrounded by roots, somewhere and someone else entirely. Been following me on YouTube for a while and finally are able to find me live. Well, welcome and congrats on making it here. It's a pleasure to have you. I'm gonna make exactly one attempt at this boss. Win or lose, we're moving on to Spire momentarily here. The lightning actually is conductive in the water, so it'll hit in an AoE whenever it strikes the surface. Exact same way I got hit last time. It's a little slow on that. Is his tail a weapon? Yes, it's a really bad weapon. But it is a weapon. Guardian tail. Again. Didn't try that follow-up swing. So close. So close. Well, I feel like I have to go again after that attempt. One more. Immediately breaking my own rule. Have I played any Pillars of Eternity? Yes, I was one of the original... I backed the original Kickstarter launch of Pillars of Eternity on day one. And was very pleased with the game when it came out. I haven't actually played Pillars of Eternity 2 yet, but that's probably going to be a someday thought. Oh, I didn't get the bloodstain even. Okay. This is the one. No, I know I have nothing to try to get. Whoa. GG. Right, is that the right one? I think so. Okay, that puts us at the entrance to the Ulasil Forest area? Not sure what that's called. Anyway, the main bulk of the DLC stands before us now. That's what we'll be attempting when we return to this character on this playthrough of Dark Souls the First. Stepping up to the challenge of the other DLC bosses, Artorias the Abyss Walker, Manus, and Calamite. That's going to be fun. But for today, we're switching things over to some Slay the Spire now. Putting a bit more progress towards our overall challenge of 400 hard kills in 2022. GG. GG. What are we at? 8 out of 400? The yurts. Called exclamation point New Year? Yeah. It's Spire time. Sister lady, wait, no, that's not Nishandra. What are you talking about? I actually haven't played the Dark Souls 3 DLC. I haven't played the DLC for Dark Souls 3. So I haven't fought that one guy that everyone complains about. Whose name is currently escaping me. Pontiff. I'm talking about Gale. That's right. Slave Knight Gale. And I have not fought Freed either, or Dark Eater. Dark Eater Mightier. This would be cool to go through sometime. Anyway, it's Spire time now. Spire time with defects. And we are playing until we get a win. That's the rule with our 2022 challenge here. To make sure every character finishes the challenge with the exact same number of kills, we simply play the same character again whenever there's a loss. Took us 3 tries to get this silent win. How many tries will it take for this defect? I'm not sure. Either way, I'm down for some robot action. I have done all bosses in Dark Souls 2, Captain Planet. That's only Dark Souls 3 is the one that I haven't experienced every bit of content for. Can't remember how many times I've played through DS2, but I've even done like Dark Lurker and stuff. Do I know how many 820 heart kills I got in 2020? I actually don't, but we could look at the run files and figure it out. That'd be a cool thing to compare, maybe. Anyway, before we jump into any defect action, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the water, stretch the legs, all that jazz. When I return, play some Spire. BRB. Alright, folks, we're back, and I'm eager to slay some spires today. 2 is the goal. I think we could do 3 or 4, though. Here we are, Act 1, The Defect. And I love this act layout. Absolutely love it, especially with a remove 2 start as an option. We could also try to snipe an elite. There's definitely a potential for free elite if we go event, shop, event, combat. This could be a free elite then. Potentially making for a 3 elite path. But what I'm thinking personally, remove 2 cards to start. Let's see, 60, 90 gold. We should have 190. Do I remove 4? Seems aggressive against Slime Boss. It's going to go to 1 store. It's going to go to 1 store. But yes, I am going to remove 2 cards. I think Defect likes removing 2 strike cards. Shockingly, shockingly still able to put out decent damage with the Cracked Core. But only if you could draw the dual cast. Get a potion and a really good set of 3 cards. All of these are fantastic floor 1 picks, truly. Any of these would be justifiable as a take. I personally probably lean towards Doom and Gloom here. I love that it's an area of effect damage option. I love that it gets us started on Dark Orbs. And I love that it's a particularly good upgrade. 14 tall, channel 1 dark. Yo-Yo, thank you so much for 6 months, that half year. But I wouldn't call you wrong for any take here. Okay, we dodged the shop on purpose. Higher than average chance to hit Doom and Gloom with an upgrade here, and quite frankly, upgrading a Strike, Defend, or Zap would also be very desirable. So I'll make the trade here. We get Zap upgraded and Defend upgraded, and this feels like a pretty good start already. Especially if we can go with the next few combats without losing more health. It's a pretty spicy turn 1. Doom and Gloom already putting on a show there. Good. And I get another potion, a good one. Fire Potion deals 20 damage to a target of my choice. A fantastic start so far on the robot. This is already looking extremely favorable. Here I like either a Beam Cell or a Steam Barrier. I think the Beam Cell in particular pairs very nicely with our Doom and Gloom for big damage. Another good upgrade too. Or we could just get some cheap block to pair with our Doom and Gloom. Personally, I lean offensive. Thoughts on skip here? Also quite valid. Maybe even the best option? Yes, potentially our best option. We're definitely able to skip territory because of how strong we got in the first couple floors. But I'd hardly call Beam Cell mediocrity. Beam Cell can be a very essential part of Defect's late game scaling plan. And helps us out quite a bit damage-wise now. It's no Beam Cell Plus, but it's not bad. Gives us further incentive to pick up a all-for-one also. I am going to grab a Beam Cell. But I do think that skipping relatively aggressively from here is probably a good idea. Beam Cell also gives me better reason to add a hologram to this deck. I should be able to defend 2 times here. Call. And now I can take this hologram and feel very happy about it. Consume is also an option. First focus card presented should always be considered at least a little bit. But this hologram fits in so perfectly with multiple zero-cost cards already. Get back Zap, get back Beam Cell, doesn't really matter, it's going to pay off. It becomes a good upgrade for later. Hey there, Bart. Pleasure to see you as ever. Storm was certainly the last and least of the options there. I don't think we ever wanted to play that. Just gonna go ahead and full block here. Maybe should have taken 2 to play 1 strike, but I think the Doom and Gloom will be sufficient. This one never attacks me next turn, so we can put the damage on the one in front to kill it with the Doom and Gloom next turn. To maybe kill it with the Doom and Gloom. Can also just guaranteed full block. Ah! The indignity. The indignity. Huh. Hyper Beam versus Claw. Hyper Beam is absolutely a fight ender of a card, especially when there's a beam cell in the deck already. Just massive, massive damage. Hyper Beam might incentivize me to go left here, fight an additional elite, get some more money before the store. I wouldn't call this a terrible Claw either. With a hologram and a beam cell already in the deck, 1 Claw is quite reasonable. I think this Hyper Beam is the better option by far in the short term. I do like Clawbill. Been a while. I'm taking this Claw. You can't stop me. Okay, how many elites do I go for? If I didn't take the Hyper Beam, I still think I want to go this way. Harvest upgrade after upgrade after upgrade. We go Doom and Gloom upgrade, Beam Cell upgrade, Hologram upgrade. The first 3. Okay. Good. Play this Doom and Gloom? I guess so. Wakey wakey. Could have also hologrammed the beam cell there. Yeah, I figured we might dead draw though. Rude. Still plenty of opportunities to heal before we fight our Burning Elite. We actually don't need to use the potion. Guess I could have used it last round for 5 health, but... It's only 2 health this turn. How many claws do you have in a claw deck? 4. That's what I've decided is the optimal number. 4. At 4 claws... It might even be less than that. 3 claws, there very quickly reaches a point where you want to add cards that draw the claws more often versus trying to add more claws. So I could totally believe that a 2 or 3 claw card deck could be correct. Oh man, what a great timing on Eternal Feather. Heal and heal. I guess I don't need to rest after all. Good. And I love Go for the Eyes in this deck. 0 cost, apply weak. Now we're begging for an all-for-one. Not a bad charge battery either. But I'm taking a Gopher in this situation, building towards a 0 cost attacks sort of defect stratagem. 2 claws, 2 cool-headed. That feels pretty correct. T-Cent giving me more energy on turn 1. Not likely to be relevant, but could happen. You know, there's Doom and Gloom hologram, Doom and Gloom turns. I think this could reasonably be a blue key, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, more vulnerable. And now we hit the shop, where we will, at minimum, remove a card. Shard, huh? I think that's going to make it really hard to make these cards work together. If I take Shard. Not feeling Shard, however, I am feeling Scrape. Deal 7 damage, draw 4 cards. Anything that is 0 cost stays in the hand. That's actually surprisingly good. Can do that with a card removal. Math. $164. Yeah, it's too much, right? Correct. Okay. I was wondering if I could also buy Dark Shackles. I cannot. But I genuinely think that's a very good scrape, and that is an odd situation to be in. Or I could buy a relic. Man, that's pretty tempting. I believe in this scrape. And I believe in this event room. Yeah, it's a card removal. No strikes in this deck. Actually, maybe I'll remove 1 defend. Knob is a thing. Let's get rid of 1 defend here. Spirits seem to be ignoring you now. Disappointing. I'm going to upgrade our Scrape here. That makes it draw 1 more card that we could potentially keep in our hands. You. It's not the turn 1 I wanted to see. Okay, 2 of these are going to get discarded. I'll put Sap back in the draw pile. Math time. If I have lethal next turn, I should play this defense. So, Knob is at 41 health. We're going to do 6 damage this turn from our Lightning Orbs. He's going to heal for 3. That leaves him at 38. He is vulnerable. Claw does 5. That'll be 7. And then the second claw will be 10. So we have 17 damage from 2 claws, plus another 9 from 3 Lightning Orbs. That's at minimum a kill with the Fire Potion. So I think that I'll plan on that. Play the defend here. Save an extra couple points of health. Yeah, Fire Potion it is. Would I take an all for 1? Not only would I take 1, I'm practically hoping for 1. Begging for 1. Please, give me an all for 1. Because I think it would be probably the strongest card we could find. Insect is an excellent find here, making our future elites easier to kill. Replenished our potion. And here we're offered 3 cards I don't think we need to take. Fusion's got some energy building utility, but it's not going to do a lot for us. Sweeping even gives us some AoE, but we already have that with the Doom and Gloom too. None of these work with the Scrape. Don't think so. Okay, let's go for the eyes upgraded. I could also consider upgrading Dual Cast so that it is fetched by the Scrape. Let's do that. Darkscorn says, what are my thoughts on Melter? It seems situational, but when it's good, it feels so good. I think it's just a very efficient 1 energy attack for Defect. The fact that the damage goes where you target it is very important, because the fights where Defect needs damage help are very much fights where there's multiple enemies. Kills the Spheric Guardian really well, does big bonus damage to Spire Shield and a couple of bosses. But I just like the fact that it does good damage to a target of your choice. Defect doesn't have a whole lot of that. Considering using a Power Potion here. We're not great at this fight because the slime, since the deck is so small overall, the slimes are going to be a real problem here. I'll use this power potion. Against Cog. That'd be a lot of lightning damage. Let's do it. Yeah. Hello. 98 minus 12. 86. Down to 80. Perfect. 77 here. Oh my. Okay, very important cards just went to the discard pile. Well, the good news is, though, that the slimes only have 25 health. So, all is well? Question mark? Really need to not draw these again. I'm going to take 4 here to get rid of 1. Get him. Okay, not too bad in the end. Definitely a scary fight. Glad I used the power potion. Hey there, Mr. Undo. Feel goods are always welcome and appreciated. From anyone in chat. We could go approximately, you got the Eternal 1 achievement. That's the All Achievements achievement. Watched a lot of my runs and learned a lot from watching me. This is the game you're going to play for years to come. I hope so. If you're going to pick any one game to be horribly stuck playing for years and years, Spire would be a pretty good choice. Unfortunately, none of our rares are, in fact, all for one. That is sad. However, Hyper Beam is again offered to us and is again very reasonable, though it doesn't work with Scrape. Don't really like this bias cognition very much at the moment. Think I'm going to take the Hyper Beam. Problem is it makes the orbs useless. Maybe that's a reason to take bias cognition. Curses. I wanted the easy choice. Yeah, one way to scale from here would be to add frost orbs for block. Let the attack pattern continue to be what it is. And then scale with focus. We could add a shop, add orange pellets or clockwork souvenir to make the bias cognition a lot stronger. It's a significant increase in our damage even now. Does Scrape draw multicast? No, X is not a 0. Even if you have 0 energy. If I had an energy generating card, I'd like this multicast a lot more, but I don't. Suppose we could try to add one. I'm taking the bias. Well, Eternal Feather Coffee Dripper is a pretty easy choice. This is not a great Snecko deck, but Scrape Doom and Gloom Hologram could do some interesting things with the Snecko Eye. I think simply giving us 4 energy per turn is going to be the most helpful overall. And continuing to prune our deck by removing strikes and defends. Yeah, Scrape Snecko is very much rolling the dice. Again, I do like it a lot with Doom and Gloom. It's a card we can play almost every turn. Block could be a problem with Snecko. Let's take the Easy Dripper. I think this will prove a bit more reliable. Never considering that choker, not with a Scrape in the deck. Ideally, we're putting lots of 0 cost from here. Particularly Flash of Steel and Finesse could be interesting. Awkward Pathing. Smidge more card draw would indeed do wonders, especially now that we have 4 base energy. I'm thinking a Skim, a Cool-Headed, a Seek, anything like that. A Reboot would actually also be great. Speaking of Geklein's question here about Reboot. Reboot would be a very good way to get additional card draw, and it would be a card that Scrape can draw into, which makes it particularly appealing here. I like to think of Reboot as a card draw card, kind of like Expertise, that gets better as you are able to empty your hand. But what path do I take? I'd like to get some mixture of upgrades and elite fights. Although currently I only have 2 upgrades I think are very important. Go for the Eyes and Bias Cog. The fires also heal me, so pretty happy to pile on. If I opt for this early store or for this store, I don't get any of these rest sites. And if I go this way, I'm not sure we're getting enough relics. This is definitely a deck that could take a reprogram, although that makes me feel weird about the Bias Cog. If so. Alright, either way, I think I'm not starting over here. We're starting somewhere here, so we'll decide events shortly. This stinker. 13, this saves 8. Can probably do better than 8. First time I see a 10 opportunity, I'll use the speed potion. Nice. Good job, Scrape. You did it. You sure did it. Oh, brutal. Well, that sucked. But we got our second claw. Easy choice there. Okay, that makes it relatively easy for me to decide what to do this act also. Let's take an event now. Gets cursed instantly. It's a fight! Not picking a recycle, not an unupgraded one, hell no. Ugh. Deck desperately needs a bag of preparation. Okay, should get a kill next turn. Ideally with dual cast. Good. Okay, that was a bit better. Now, these options I like a lot. Equilibriums puts our Coffee Dripper energy to very good use. Very good block. And the Retain helps me set up some combos like dual cast. Recursion, meanwhile, is a nice zero-cost card that cycles our orbs around. It could be quite nice with the Doom and Gloom. Both of these are pretty good. I think, given the current situation and our current block density, I'm going to tend towards this Equilibrium, though. And I think this is a very good addition. Build our own Runic Pyramid. One of my favorite defect cards. Hello? Stinky. At least the Centurion didn't attack me on turn 1. It's an easy block. Might be able to KO her. No. That works too. Silkworm Plus. You could try trusting in White Noise. Very notably, White Noise upgrades to be 0 cost, which means Scrape would be able to draw it. Stack also works pretty interestingly with Scrape, but our low total deck size makes it kind of uninteresting here. Are we really going to try to fight this elite? Not sure. We'll see how these next couple nodes go. Upgrade a card. All right, I will. It's not going to go well. Scrape is guaranteed to get 1 claw at least. Ideally, I need to kill 2 of them here. Plus 15. Not quite. Nice. Ooh, should have done that differently. Heck. It's only 8 damage. Yeah, should have done that differently. Should have dual cast before I beam celled. That was my mistake. So many different orders for this hand. Strike over the eyes is just shy of a kill here, is the real tragedy. But I can assure him survival using the speed potion, at least. So I'll probably do that. Strike over the eyes is only 9 damage. Doesn't kill this guy. My potion! Second Scrape or an Overclock. Overclock is really scary though, especially without an upgrade. With an upgrade, Overclock could be surprisingly good, actually. Like terrifyingly powerful, actually. With an Overclock plus. Scrape discards the burn, it's a good hologram target. Scrape can draw the Overclock, and then the Overclock can draw real cards. Okay. Actually really like that Overclock. Upon review, I've decided I want it. I'm also going to risk it for the biscuit, and we're just going to go into this elite fight here. It's a small book of stabbing. I think that's pretty good odds, quite frankly. Live on 1? All right. I accept. Let's see, we have 15 plus 21 plus 9. Math. $45 and then 7 more. So that's a kill, actually, with the Lightning Orb. Even if this draws nothing, and it didn't draw nothing. Huzzah! Still alive. Courier is very nice with our... Well, we're going to this shop probably, so it'll help me there. And we get offered another hologram, which I will assuredly take. Letting us get a card from the discard pile. Not interested in that defrag. It's all about the card claw. Card draw. Claw draw. Alright, we'll skip the fish, even though it's decent here. Mostly I don't want to put more cards in this deck. So I don't want to take a relic that rewards me for doing that, when I'm not going to do it. Instead, I'm just going to keep removing cards, taking out this strike and probably a defend at this shop here. Well, this finally upgrading Go for the Eyes. Okay, things are happening. Okay, if we want a cool-headed, there's a cool-headed. I could even take a Toxic Egg before I buy it. Now, that's tempting. Panacea would block Artifact from Bias Cognition. Or the artifact would block the debuff of Bias Cognition, excuse me. And that could help me get a lot of defense into the deck, too. I could consider taking a Madness if I were to see one. This deck definitely would appreciate Madnesses on a lot of levels. Upgraded Secret Weapon is pretty cool too. Put an attack card from the draw pile into your hand. It's a 0-cost card. Something that can seek for the scrape. Could do Panacea Cool-Headed card remove. I think that's not bad. Don't need a Toxic Egg if we're just going to upgrade the cards ourselves. Which is going to happen because of Coffee Dripper. I would not say the artifact is of extreme importance. But it will be nice for certain longer fights. And help us figure out our late game block plan with Frost Focus. Yeah, I like it. I can do Cool-Headed Panacea removal. Really like that, ultimately. Double Cool-Headed. And if I have double Cool-Headed, I guess I'll take the defrag, too. Alright, feels good. I think we've officially reached this deck is now cool. Just have to beat Collector with it. Snecko easily defeated. We could consider a stack plus, but I don't think we need it. No, I don't think we need it. I'm going to go Bias Cognition, then Panacea here, so that we block Chosen's Hex instead of the Bias Cog. Let's let the Bias Cognition decay normally. So, no hex means I can just play whatever I want. Where do I want the vulnerable? That's the real question. I think here. Yeah. A little bit better than before, but still not good enough to include. Is where multicast falls. Now that we have 20 cards in deck, we get a 12 hit point heal from the Feather. So far, it hasn't been healing much. But that's all about to change. Regular Panacea is fine for now. We should upgrade either Defragment or one of the Cool-Headeds. I actually think upgrading one of the Cool-Headeds will serve me better. X-Cost is not considered a zero-cost card, so Scrape won't draw it. Or anything like that. Oh, convenient. Good. Don't have to overclock then. Just work on playing these claws over and over again. Doom and Gloom will be serviceable AoE. I know we'll get 3 out of the 4 cards if I play this Scrape. That's pretty good. That would mean holding Doom and Gloom for later. Instead, what I'm going to do is Equilibrium Doom and Gloom. Go for the IZU. Scrape next turn. After we play the zero-cost cards. So that we're more likely to redraw something useful here. Worker. Still fine. Okay, we'll dual cast that, even though I might want the dual cast for block. Still use it for that. Looks like I don't need it though. Claw. Five out of 5. Easy game. GG. That was a perfect collector fight. Which tells me that our deck is in pretty good shape here. With what we've added. Honestly, not sure if this is the deck for an Echo Form. Big expensive card. Only lets us duplicate the best card in our opening hand, which is not always good. Deck likes to get set up on turn 1. Machine Learning I could get behind a little bit more. 1 bonus draw every turn makes us more likely to do combo stuff. Although, again, turn 1 is weakened. I'm leaning towards Machine Learning here. Not worried about Awakened 1, so an extra power is not bad. I'll take it. Oh, man. That is a solid defensive strategy. Just make lots and lots and lots of orb slots. Add a few more frost-generating cards to this deck, add a little bit more card draw to this deck, and Inserter will carry us really well into the late game. Could also transform and upgrade 3 cards, although I'm out of starter cards, so there's not really anything to transform or upgrade. I'm very, very happy with this Inserter. Lastly, the extra energy from the cursed key might have helped, but I don't want to deal with an extra curse in the deck. It's not my jam. Okay, we have some freedom as to where exactly we go, since we already got our green key and our blue key. Could have also just taken 5 energy and skipped the chest here. But with the amount of focus we're able to generate, 1 orb slot every couple turns is invaluable. Now I'll be upgrading our defrag. That means I want to go this way? Need a... Oh, no, we have courier. Okay, yeah, let's look at a shop here. Maybe I'll want the shop relic available. Slight rudeness. Leaf block for 15. Let's... Alright, we'll save 6 with a blessing here. I suppose. Since I'm relatively likely to find a potion after this anyway.
Claw.
I think now there is... I was about to answer your question, Kid Charlemagne, saying, yes, I think there is now a value in recycle. One, just to get rid of burns. But, just to refine the deck in general. That said, another hologram is also a serious competition, as is Glacier. So, food for thought. But I'll take this recycle. Now we really just do want to add as much card draw as possible. Anything that is card draw. Wait, scrape? Number 2. Interesting. Scrape number 2 is card draw. There's also medical kit. Now I find a medical kit. I mean, it's incredible with overclock in general. Although it makes the recycle a little redundant. I think it's still very useful here. Because it means I can focus on recycling the non-status cards. How fascinating. Trip is okay. Actually, no, I would not call Trip okay at all here. We have a beam cell. I don't need Trip. Take this medical kit. Deck focuses on drawing the same cards over and over again. I think making sure that we aren't penalized over much for that would be good. Interesting opportunity for 999 gold. I think more readily this is fight a boss, obtain a rare relic. Got a card reward. I have to do this fight, with 2 normalities in the deck. That's pretty unacceptable. The medical kit does not let me get rid of normalities. I would need the blue candle for that. But I can just play this overclock all the time now and feel okay about it? That's cool. I'll just hologram it all the time then. Why not? You can't stop me, game. I dare you. I dare you. Eventually, we're left with only things that Scrape can draw, and that's going to go pretty well for us on average. Might even be a near infinite combo here somewhere. Wow. Dead Branch. We ever exhaust a card, we get a different card in its place. Dead Branch could definitely be a way to win this run. But it might be that the added cards are not helpful. Given that we're actually being offered a third claw here, I think I will take claw number 3, leave it at 3, and don't take the Dead Branch. That said, if you take the Dead Branch in this situation, I think you win more than half the time. Easily more than half the time. Probably most of the time. Easy. So many upgrades this run. Just so many. Q weak. Play this, play this. It's all starting to come together now. Eventually. Ow. It's bad enough to maybe merit a Liquid Memories. Hollow Recycle, or I can just play the Doom and Gloom. Claw. Second Beam Cell, no thank you. Might take Cold Snap just for one more Frost Source, but I think we can get by simply playing our Frost Orbs over and over again with the Cool-Headeds, using holograms and such. Heal 12 here, upgrade this Cool-Headed for more card draw. And then I'll probably recall towards the end here. Okay, when the card draw comes together, this works extremely well. When the card draw comes together. Ooh. 5 for 5 again. I love this deck. Order is a little whatever sometimes. Hologram recycle. Headed, recycle this. Play this. Easy. $88 damage claw. Glorious. Get another liquid memories. Reinforced body could have been cute. Recursion could be cute. Recursion could be very cute, especially if we go all frost orbs. Although realistically, once the orbs are set up, we don't need help blocking. Not really. I guess against Speed of Death we will. As we get closer to the heart fight and I get more desperate, I'll reconsider. Right now I don't want to upgrade it. I'm recalling and I'm upgrading Panacea. I suppose. Ooh, does this deck kill Transient? Does this deck take a ton of damage to turn 1 Transient? Better question. The answer may surprise you. It's yes. What is this now? Get the extra turn to retain, too. Hologramic card to recycle. Actually, we're just retaining, so let's play the deep rag. Transient's very difficult for the defect overall. I think that's a pretty accurate statement. Defect really struggles with the consistent output. Once you've got orbs up with focus, it's not a hard fight. But if you don't have it, oof, tough times. Very good. Keep drawing. It's weak, and we can hologram burn. Make my redraws as small as possible. Could have also hologrammed a claw there. That would have been reasonable too, I suppose. Recycling defends. Oh dear. More cards. You can see we're getting a little overwhelmed with burns, though. That could be a real problem. If we let that happen in a heart fight, for example. Need to hollow overclock. Again. Here we're out of fuel. Still, we did 800 damage to Transient. That's pretty good. Super Infinite with a turbo, I believe it. Do I want to loop? Not really. Inserter has us covered. And I don't need another... Although that could help with Beat of Death. Just kind of finishing up the orb synergies. Worth thinking about. Because if we can just consistently block the heart, we're going to have no problem in any fight, really. And I do have an upgrade to spare. Okay. I'll take it upon review. Speaking of upgrades, there's the Panacea upgraded. The last Defend is upgraded too. Wow. The density. Triple Jawworms could be a real threat. Oh, they are. Oh dear, are they ever? Wow. Save me skill potion, I guess. Still ouch. Just slightly less ouch. Loop. You're a troublemaker, Loop. How did it come to this? We'll cast first, see where it lands. Ugh. Hello, Doom and Gloom? Can easily kill you two if I do that. Yeah, let's start with Scrape here then. Let's see what else we have to work with. That deals 11. So if I hologram the Doom and Gloom, I think I can do enough to kill everybody. We have this bonus 5 also, right? This is 25. Yeah. Okay, not too bad. We are offered one more Scrape. Don't think we want it. The deck is not enough zero costs now. Could end up in trouble here against our elite if our turn 1 draw is sufficiently awkward. Well, that worked out. Okay, we're good. We're good. We are most assuredly good. So I'm going to go Machine Learning and Hologram. Could Hologram Overclock, but I think I'd rather Hologram the Claw. A little bit more damage on this dagger. Doom and Gloom is in the discard pile. Hologram can get it next turn, though. Let's just scale the Claw. She does attack. Okay, okay. Hologram Cool-Headed does it. Gets me Bias Cog in play also. When do daggers die after attacking? They die after their 25 damage attack. Their second attack of being alive causes them to die. The 9 damage hit adds a wound instead. Also Hollow Overclock. Don't get the second Frost Orb, though. you. So this attack will cause the dagger to die if it gets to resolve, but I'm not going to let the dagger do that, because that would hurt. I don't like it when I get hurt. It's just basic facts. Keep scaling. It's a general rule, the longer the fight goes on, better it goes for us. Pen Nib doubles the damage of every 10th attack. There's the last cool-headed. I will definitely take one more of these, as we want to be able to fill up the Frost Orbs a bit more reliably. That then allows me to upgrade Loop at this rest site. We'll fight one more elite that isn't a Reptomancer, and we'll be on to the late game with a very frosty set of cards. Yeah, who needed Toxic Egg anyway? Exactly. Deck's fully upgraded even without it. Gotta say, the buffer would have been nice. But I'm not passing up that third upgraded cool-headed. Hello? Okay, we did get Overclock, which then generated a block card. Good for me. Two, 3, 4. Let's get all that down. And we're in business. Onto that. Looking good. Ten block on turn 1, that will most assuredly help with our setup. It's our weakest turn by far. Theoretically, any of these could be good, but in practice, I think our 3 cool-headeds is the perfect orb generation for this deck. Oh man, and we get another free removal. Beautiful. Genuinely considering losing our Doom and Gloom, although it's a good recycle target, if nothing else. Maybe I'll get rid of Zap. I don't want to have cards that generate non-Frost Orbs at this time. Let's lose the Zap rather than a Defend. And we need to recall here. Our first boss, the 2 shapes, Donu and Deka. I think we'll be able to outscale them with our orbs extremely easily here. Keep these claws in hand for the moment. Perfect. So Frost Orbs are providing all of the block that we need, and the claws will be all of the damage that we need. That's the plan here.
claw.
Actually, should be killing Deca first, because the days that Deca adds are the most annoying obstacle for me right now. So I am technically attacking the wrong creature. Let's change focus here. Oops. That's actually not what I wanted. Yes. Go for the eyes. Beam cell. Claw. Pendant the claw plus. Claw again. I can lose dual cast. Actually, I can lose equilibrium. Even better. Easy. Get him. Oh, should have played those. I have to play them. For some reason, my brain told me they would just exhaust at the end of the turn, like the dazed would. That's not how it works.
A claw.
GG. There's an awakened one here. That's right. No two thumping yet. Have to deal with the bird. The bird with the nerd. Okay, I'll recycle Doom and Gloom. Please draw me some more cards. Thanks. Wonderful. Panacea, Bias Cognition. I'll sell you. End of you. Lonka gets you. Alright, a beautiful first turn of the Awakened One fight. We got our focus set up. We got our Frost Orb set up. Life is good.
Claw.
But that's... good turn. At some point, we eventually want to stop playing the Overclock. Not sure when that is. Didn't play that either. That's a guaranteed 5 for 5 if I hologram the Scrape. I love it.
A claw.
Poor bird don't know what hit him. But we do. It was claws.
A claw.
To thump, to thump, to thump. Deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this colossum set of cards? Do I upgrade a machine learning? Having this on turn 1 in the heart fight would be particularly helpful. So I think so. One less draw on turn 1, essentially, but one more draw in every other turn. There's a skim. That seems pretty okay. Could go skim card removal. I guess I would remove one of the defends. Chrysalis is kind of interesting. Maybe it makes a 0-cost skim. That's right, there are cards that'll be under the stuff we buy. So, skim first here. Worse overclock? Well, you still have to draw the burn one time. So skim is 1 cost, draw 3. You can think of the overclock as 0 cost, draw 2. Sling does not work on bosses, tragically. And that's okay. Okay. Sweet, we got bias turn 1. I can maybe weaken Spire Spear for next turn. Incoming damage here is 33. Currently blocking 17. So Equilibrium is basically a full block. Equilibrium Hologram is a full block. Let's focus on the Spear first. Or do I try to kill Shield swiftly here? I play this also. Feels like I should. So 2 burns go directly on top of the deck. But I can get rid of them here. Not a very good scrape. 2 hits. I'm gonna put the damage here, though. Just debuffs on the Spire Spear. Hologram overclock? It's gotta be it. Cycle the Doom and Gloom for 2 more energy. Get defrag and loop in play. Turn around with Go for the Eyes. Hologram the Go for the Eyes. Get him back. Play the Go for the Eyes again to weaken you. Put a Frost Orb in front for loop. Full block here. Gain 45 block next turn. To help out. Hot. Can weaken you too? Can I bust through and kill? We deal 11. So we could do 13, 13, 15. That's super close to a kill. Or I can do 4 plus 16 plus... It's 13 times 1.5. It is 20, okay. 4 plus 16 plus 20. That should be a perfect kill. Or wait, no, off by 1. But it's a perfect block. And it is a kill. I'll take it. Smooth as butter. Get ourselves an emotion chip. If we do lose health during our turn against Heart, then we trigger the passive ability of all orbs at the start of the next turn. Could also take an upgraded force field here. I have enough powers to make it 0 cost. And then it would be 0 cost block for 16. Actually really like that. Might have wanted to stack the inserter and or the pen nib a little bit there. I don't think it's going to matter too much in practice. We'll take the force field. All right. Do I just block the vulnerable here? I think I do. If I don't Panacea now, there's a risk that I die very quickly. And I think as long as this fight goes long, we'll be fine, especially with an Echo Form in play. So I'm going to block the vulnerable here. I'm going to go Equilibrium, Echo Form, Panacea, Machine Learning, keep the defrag to double. Play the loop here. Still frail. Yeah, so this would be a little worrisome. Might want to double cool-headed here. I think I'll double defrag though. Good. These are biased, but it won't be being played, at least not this exact moment. So go for the eyes, hologram. Go for the eyes. Weaken it for 4 turns, I think. Could also use Liquid Memories now to get another Frost Orb up, but I think we'll be okay momentarily. We're not going to take any damage next turn. A little bit of damage this turn. The emotion chip and the loop both go off, so I get 24 block here. Okay, that just draws the hologram. Discards everything else if I scrape. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah. Add 1 status, just get rid of 3. Here, I'll discard hologram. Note, you still have to pay an energy to exhaust a slime. Here we go. Deck is now fully armed and operational. I'll double bias cognition next turn. So let's hologram for biased, hologram for this burn. Hold on to stuff. Get rid of this, get rid of this. And with these frost orbs blocking for this much, it should be very difficult to lose from here. Cycle equilibrium. Get rid of one of these cool-headeds. And we're in good hands now. Oof. More cards. Nice. 5 for 5. GG, and good job, Scrape. It's not the hand I want to draw, although I do like it. That'll work. Echo the Claw. GG. I guess I did want to draw that claw after all. I'll take it. GG. A very cool and unique defect run. Making heavy use of a card I almost always turn down, Scrape. We actually bought it for money in this run, and it worked out pretty well. Very much a sketchy moment in Act 2, though. We were down to, like, what, 1 hit point? What a run. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps. And so shall I. Aaron J, thank you so much for the 900 bits. As we reach number 9. Number 9 for this year. Got down to 7 health against the triple cultist. Oh, that's right. Yes. 1 hit point Book of Stabbing. And I won from here. Wow. 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 And Certabast, thank you so much for the prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Very sketchy run, but we managed to scrape it together at the end. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water before we jump into a new run here. 24-4, thank you so much for the prime sub as well. How is almost the entire deck upgraded? We upgraded 2 random cards here. We removed a lot of unupgraded cards. We took a coffee dripper, so I upgraded at all of these rest sites. Look how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Act 1, 4 in Act 2, 3 in Act 3. Lots of rest sites. War Paint helped. Random upgraded cards helped. Very unusual run. Believe it or not, Mr. RC, the world record for the Watcher is currently at 36 and counting now, so we're actually getting further away from the record as time goes on. Since Merle has been aggressively pushing it upward. Okay, break time. See y'all in just a moment. Alright, folks, we're back. Sit with me and play some Watcher. Our last run made for 20 Watcher wins in a row, which is something I'm very, very proud of having accomplished. Potential for a double free elite with Niao's Lament, although I think of all the characters, Watcher benefits the least from a Lament start. I could very much get behind transforming 2 cards. There's a lot of fun directions that can go for the Watcher. When thinking about my Act 1 with the Watcher, I'm usually keeping in mind the fact that she has a lot higher starting damage than the other characters. Eruption allows you to enter Wrath Stance for double attack damage, and that means that Watcher can do a lot more damage on turn 1 and turn 2 than any other character with her starting deck. This gets her through many combats unscathed when others would suffer, and means she can be a bit more picky with her opening card choices. I was here for the process of adding Watcher to the game. Ultimately, the current state of Watcher is very much because the devs paid so much attention to the feedback coming from the community. Ended up in a situation where she has very few cards that aren't good, has a lot of different cool and unique ways to win, and starts out at a pretty comfortable power level to accommodate for her kind of brain-bendy mechanics. I'm going to take the Transform 2 start here. Transforming 2 defends, keeping the strikes and the eruption intact. Very important. And we get a hell of a cool combo. Swivel plus Sands of Time, a 4-cost attack, and a block card that makes attacks free. How neat. Normally you're intended to retain this card turn over turn in order to play it, but with the Swivel we can play it on turn 1, which is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So we go lots of upgrades. 1, 2, 3, 4 with only 2 elites, or go this way. 1, 2, 3 elites, but 1, 2, 3 upgrades instead of 4. Shop positioning is pretty similar either way. All of the things being equal, I probably would prefer the path with more elites. Use our miracle to swivel here. Yes, you can have swivel carry over a turn, as we just did here. And that makes it nice and adaptable. Windmill Strike also. I could get behind a early Prostrate. Generally speaking, I think Windmill Strike is an acceptable floor 1 take, but it serves a very similar role to Sands of Time. No need for both here, for sure. Mantra is Watcher's Path into Divinity. Gain 10 Mantra means you enter Divinity and deal triple damage for 1 turn, as well as gaining 3 energy instantly. With an already retaining attack, I like it. I will take 1 Prostrate. That on its own won't do a whole lot for us. Oof draw overall here. Swivel. Bah. Not sure about an inner piece here. Currently it's just a 1-cost intercom, which is fine, but not otherwise very good. Inner piece tends to be one of the cards I most highly desire later on in my Watcher runs, though. Multiple swivels means multiple attacks that are free, if you stack swivel for any reason, including just playing 2 of them in a row. I'll grab the commentary card, but I'm a little bit worried that Inner Peace might be do nothing in the short term. Always happy to take an early golden idol, exchanging our maximum HP to get more money. Makes it even more worth it to go for these 2 elites. We just have to be a little proactive with what we add from here. A little proactive. Pop block on both lights so that I can potentially kill them both next turn. Potentially. Talk to the hand is so-so. Probably better than skipping here. Applies a debuff that gives us block whenever we attack a particular enemy. Good against the Knob, good against Lagavulin. Pretty mediocre otherwise. Can't say I would ever take a Wave of the Hand or a Pressure Points here. Wave of the Hand because we don't have enough block instances. Pressure Points because, well, Pressure Points. Take a talk. Already wanted a Tantrum, now I really want a Tantrum. And we'll put the Talk of the Hand on the one in the back. Don't Miracle to strike, just Sands. That also means we get a clean kill here, actually. If I go Swivel Sands of Time, we'll become vulnerable. That damage will go to 16. And we just block for 16. Next turn, this will kill. That's 33 damage. Okay, nice clean fight. Ancient Potion blocks a debuff. Not the best potion we could have found, but it's fine. I think Empty Fist here is also fine. As is Crush Joints. Crush Joints is also fine. Particularly because we have a 0-cost skill in Prostrate here. Could think about skipping too. Let's see, what are our priority upgrades? Eruption, Sands of Time, and if we take it, Crush Joints. Swivel is also kind of nice with Crush Joints, that's true. I tend to really like Crush Joints as a damage option. I'm gonna pick one up here. At least we draw the Sands turn 1 so that we can play it Brute Force later, maybe? Contemplating using the colorless potion here. Try to kill by turn 2. I'm gonna do it. Metamorphosis is also interesting, but I think we're gonna be better off with Trip here. Sadistic's also kind of amusing. Makes the Talk to the Hand and the Crush Joints do bonus damage. Valor Desert Fox, thank you so much for the 95 bits. The Waffle Cousins. Finding all the waffle emotes there are on Twitch, my god. The power. So you get a 14 if I play Defend. I take 1. Next turn, Eruption Sands kills. By Miracle Inner Peace, Miracle Vigilance, excuse me. That's the same. We block for 16, Knob does 17. but I have 1 more energy next turn. Yes. Oh, actually, if I'd played Strike, that might have worked, actually, right? Because I would have gotten the block from Talk to the Hand. Maybe there's a way to save that 1 last hit point. An intriguing offer of study. I do like additional card draw, I do like additional skills, I don't like trying to pay 2 energy to get this thing in play, and I don't like waiting turns for the insights to be generated. So I'm probably not taking a study. Study needs help in order to be really worth it. Help I can't give it. Alright, I'm going to do something ambitious here. Upgrade my Sands of Time first. Because of the swivel. Making eruption free sometimes. Seems alright to me. It's gonna be a really good wake-up turn. Because we go Eruption, Swivel, play the Sands of Time for 52 damage. I'll even use the Miracle to play the Strike, too. I could enter Calm with the Inner Peace, or we could trust the luck of the draw. But also let me keep the Miracle. That way, if I redraw the Sands of Time, we instantly kill with it. That might be a little risky, though. There's definitely a draw where we take 40, if that happens. I think I should end in Calm. Oh, would have gotten there. Foolish. Whatever, I could just block, hold on to it. That's reasonable. Okay. A very reasonable fight. With a good reward, Ornamental Fan gives us block for playing 3 attacks. I tend to think of Watcher as the most attack-heavy character of all of them, and so she benefits the most from attack-centric relics. I could get behind a Simmering Fury here, actually. It's another Wrath card and helps us draw more, although we'd prefer to find a Tantrum. Very much skippable for now. Time to save Cultist Potion for the Heart and draft defensively. Ooh. Yeah, that's an option here, isn't it? That's quite a long-term plan. The idea being that it covers the what if we don't find literally anything between now and the heart in terms of damage scaling. Where in the US do I live? East Coast is as specific as I'll be. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a sundial. If ever you wanted an incentive to keep a deck very tiny, Sundial is one of them. Giving you card draw every 3 times we shuffle the draw pile. Definitely going to remove a card here. Perhaps considering a Flurry of Blows also. But it seems to me like removing cards aggressively is the best way to go from here. Bulu says, never seen any streamer play an Omega deck. Is it hard to pull off? Yes. It's so much setup, and is really weak to fights that throw damage at you turn 1. Sorry, it gives us energy every 3 times we shuffle the draw pile. That's what I meant to say. move one more defend here. Defends are Watcher's worst friend. Do I pay for a flurry? Unlikely. I think I should save my money for card removals. And indeed, 50 damage per turn isn't as much as you want it to be when it comes to dealing with single target bosses, such as the Heart. 16 turns for Omega to kill Heart. It's not enough on its own. I'm not going to pay any money here. Oh, I've got 11 health to spare. Oops. Actually, not what I meant to do. Liquid Memory is very good with this deck, and I think Scry also quite good. Letting us look at the top several cards of the draw pile also fills our gap of block that we just created by removing Defend. I will upgrade probably Eruption now. Eruption in Third Eye? Eruption in Third Eye. Could consider Crush Joints too. Oh boy. Don't like that. Strikes for 9, so I can Swivel, Eruption, Talk, Strike. Swivel in 3 attacks only kills 2 slimes. The problem. So I either use Liquid Memories to solve this, or I do what? I can do Swivel, Talk, Strike, Strike. Actually, that might be the play. 3 plus 4 plus 4. Kill this one. Block for 8 plus 4? Plus 4, 16. That's a full block. Okay, I can full block. I don't need to do anything crazy here. Best non-stance block, I would nominate Deceive Reality, Spirit Shield, and Protect to those categories. They're really not enough on their own to block the Heart, though, unless you have Dexterity or something. Spirit Shield could be, but only barely. Get him. I like a wheel kick with sundial. I like a wheel kick with swivel. I like a wheel kick in general. It says draw cards on it. How do you draw cards for Spirit Shield without rush down, inner peace, retain, or like mirror insights or something? Meditate works pretty well. Scrawl works pretty well. Vigilance or swivel? I guess I could do both. Let's do vigilance. Perfect draw. That's plenty. Just absolutely obliterated. We get a meat on the bone, healing us if we end a fight below half health. Speaking of Spirit Shield, here it is. 3 block for each card in hand. I don't think that's very good with what we have. Don't think that's very good at all. Could take Conclude for some AoE. Currently we're lacking any kind of area of effect damage. We might not need it with where the deck is going, if we can get enough card draw to make the sundial spin. And I don't want unupgraded cards anyway, so, you know. Gonna opt to upgrade the third eye first for the additional scry. I think you could make a valid argument for Crush Joints, Wheel Kick, or Talk to the Hand, though. Just gonna go ahead and boldly enter Wrath against Slime Boss here. Slime Boss doesn't attack until turn 3, so we have time to set up a devastating kill. Seven, 2 next turn. And I have bonus energy next turn also? Alright. GG, Slime Boy. GG. Like, maybe wanted to set up Sundial there? Not my problem. Ooh. Both Vault and Devotion are pretty good here. Devotion plays very nicely with Prostrate, helping us get into Divinity faster. Love Vault, though. It's an extra turn in a card. Essentially draw 5 new cards, gain 3 new energy for the low price of 3 energy. And if we have a Vault of Future Devotion, would be even better. Vault also makes Sands of Time decrease its cost again. How's it going, kicking? Did put Vault in S tier on my Watcher tier list. I do think it's one of the best cards on the character. I'll be taking it here. And do I keep this Cultist Potion? I mean, power potions on Watcher aren't very good, I don't think, in general. Her power pool is pretty weak. Astrolabe. Could get higher base energy here. The Cursed Key is more energy, but gives us curses for opening chests. The Fusion Hammer prevents us from upgrading anything, but in both cases, more energy would be very helpful. However, transforming and upgrading 3 cards I also quite like. We would lose 1 defend and 2 strikes, gaining who knows what in return. Cards that potentially allow us to rely upon the Sundial a little bit more. Could thin out the deck significantly, and at worst it significantly increases the density of upgrades we have. I think I'm going to go Astrolabe here. What do we get? Oh, we do get a study. Okay, okay. I actually like the study here. Study Plus is good, and the Vault makes it a lot better. We get our second Wrath card, Indignation, and I bet you we can find some really good uses for Judgment, too. I'm okay with this set of cards. Probably going to start out our act by going 2 stores here for 2 removals. This deck would super take a Strange Spoon. Don't know if I'll end up being baited into fighting the Elite. I think our deck is pretty capable. But I do want to remove some cards. Yeah, instant payoff here. I also have meat on the bone, so that's more favorable. Astrolabe like the children of Pandora's Box? Yeah, if Pandora's Box and Empty Cage had a baby, you'd get an Astrolabe. Judge them! No. I can do Inner Peace, Eruption, Miracle, Sands of Time. That's a kill, right? Yes. Get us a regen potion to heal back to full. Another Third Eye could be very helpful for, again, making Sundial do some stuff. Not upgraded for free, though, and we're way behind on upgrades. I don't think we need to add more right now. Not if it doesn't say plus on it. But those pressure points, though. Do I callously discard this Cultist Potion now? I'm gonna go with yes, because I have a late game strategy now. Pellets. Interesting option. Power attack and a skill to remove all debuffs. There's another Talk to the Hand here. That's kind of reasonable. But honestly, I'm probably just going to remove 2 cards at these 2 shops. Get rid of the remaining 2 strikes, probably. Deviform is cute, with Vault especially, since that extra turn you get helps pay. But surely not. Very much just feeling removals right now. I don't think the second Talk to the Hand is worth it at the moment. We can do better. Transform 2. Oh my. Time to transform Judgment? I'm thinking we lose either Indignation or Crush Joints, personally. In addition to the strike. I like this Judgment quite a bit, for now. Just transform 2 more cards. We could also take Strength. I don't think Jax does us particularly good here. Or we could just take 3 Strength on turn 1, which I also don't think is particularly good. So I'm most inclined to transform Strike and Crush Joints. Spirit Shield, Mental Fortress. Well, the Fortress is great. Not sure about the Shield. Could be a little low on damage output now. We'll see. No. Wait. Yes. Kick draws 2. Guess that's fine. The cost properly decreases while swivel is down. It does. Rah. Second swivel is here, deceive reality's here. Halt's actually okay. I feel like I mostly want to cut through fate or something. A little bit more draw. Empty mind would also be good. More draw. And more attacks. There's the empty mind. Tough choice here. Either a card removal or a membership card. Can't do both. Probably the membership card ultimately means I can afford one more removal later on anyway. I don't really need the removal right now. What would I even remove? Swivel? Not gonna remove Talk to the Hand. Judgment, probably. And I actually really want Judgment for these 3 fights. So I'll take the card. Any upgrades that are essential? Mental Fortress, yes. Vaults, even more yes. Inner Peace, eventually. There's some argument for Rest Site. But I feel pretty capable of beating elites right now. Specifically, these elites. So I'm going to fight these elites. Good. Better. Eruption, Indignation, Vault. Keep the Miracle. Inner Peace next turn. I could also kill right now with Liquid Memories. Indignation, Swivel, Liquid Memories, Swivel, Sands of Time, Liquid Memories, Sands of Time. That kills. But I'd rather have the Liquid Memories for this fight. Does Judgment work if the enemy has Artifact? Yes, Judgment is not a debuff. Bonus energy? My god. Actually, that wouldn't have killed anyway. Speed 45, that's good enough. Judged. Get a Vajra, +1 strength, making all our attack cards do more damage. There's that cut-through fate that I wanted. An attack that scries and draws cards. I'll definitely take that. Getting closer to Wave of the Hand being good, too. Would I take a Purity now? I would strongly consider it. Alright, Slavermans. Yeah, Judgment, Liquid Memory is Judgment. Isn't that crazy? And here you were telling me to remove it. We can kill the front and the back. Take what, 14? Let's do it this way. Keeping it to block a little bit. It's actually better to Liquid Memories the wheel kick, not the Judgment. Judged. And there's our Tantrum. Tantrum versus Talk to the Hand, though. Kind of sad. Now we're really just missing the rush down to bring it all together. Probably take the Tantrum and then the Whetstone. Really love Tantrum, particularly with Study, as you can use the insights to redraw the Tantrum over and over again. Nice. I mean, it's not like I had any strikes to upgrade, so that was always going to be a good war paint, or Whetstone. Bottle Lightning. Start with a skill in the opening hand. I gotta say, Bottled Vault would be very nice. On average. That said, Blue Key is also pretty nice. And we might draw the Vault on turn 1 some of the time anyway. But having it guaranteed is pretty dang good. Got meat on the bone. Necro would be most welcome. The other book relics, also pretty good. I'll pay 21 health here. And we do, in fact, get the Necronomicon. The first attack each turn costing 2 or more gets played 2 times. Very exciting. Now, Wheel Kick is a stomper of a card. Just ridiculous. The power. That's going to be 41 2 times. Tantrum's also in the draw pile. Okay. Might be able to kill if I get, if I draw perfectly here. I would constitute that as perfect. So here's what we do. Actually, no, not perfect, but close. Anyway, Sundial gets to participate here. If we discard the 2 cards we scry with the Cut Through Fate. Let's see, 20 plus 16 plus 24. That's only 60. Can't play the Sands of Time, even with the Sundial energy. Oh well. But I can play Vigilance. So that's nice. Evaluate Plus is not terrible. Doesn't really feel necessary. Daboot. It's like a 1 cost block 10. Not a good deck for alpha. I'll skip them all. Kind of sad if I'm not even bothering with Prostrate. Baboot. What hex? Caw! Second unupgraded Prostrate does not qualify. That's good enough here. Uh-oh. A boot. And that way, if I draw Sands of Time, I can kill. Necronomicon's so strong. Sanctity Plus. Now that I can get behind. Block and card draw. Can also theoretically be part of Infinites, and it says green on it, which is nice. I'm in. I'm in on Sanctity. And I'm in on 1 event space here. Just what I wanted. This is going to be a really good thwack. We're going to get 250 gold plus 2 relics if we can win these 2 fights. Seems good. Perfect. Miracle, Swivel, Sands. Well done, weakling. The giant mock claps while he riles up the crowd with exaggerated gestures. Did someone say victory? What do we got here? Judge Mint. Got Sansa time in my hand. Perfect. Even more perfect. Please do not judge the mint. If it's going to be an Exacxes, that is going to be an Exacxes. Judged. And this gets played 2 times. For 108. Our reward for all that, lots of cash. Tungsten Rod, reducing damage that we take by 1. Darkstone Periap gives us max health when we take a curse. And I don't need none of this. Although Reach Heaven is kind of odd with the Necronomicon. No thanks. Okay, good upgrades here include Mental Fortress, the Cut-Through Fate, the Tantrum to some extent. This is Bronze Automaton. We won't be able to use Talk to the Hand here. So I should probably upgrade Fortress or something. But also upgrade Prostrate if we expect to be able to see it 4 times. Which is a definite maybe. Olive would be pretty good here with Necro, for sure. I'll look with power. Perfect. Get Study into play on turn 1. Get Talk to the Hand out of the deck. Start vaulting. Swivel, I might get a free Sands of Time or a free Wheel Kick, but I may want to just play them the old-fashioned way. Take a look here. Oh yeah, discard all of this. Thank you. All of it. Boot. Tier. Accept. Spirit Shield. Hyper Beam, not next turn. 3 turns from now, excuse me. Already at 6 Mantra. Easy block. Do better though. it's already discarded. What am I thinking? Foolishness. Divinity begins. GG. Okay, one prostrate was actually enough to get Divinity there. Played that card 5 times in only 5 turns. Pretty good indication of where we're at here. Definitely like an Omniscience, letting us choose a card in the draw pile to play it 2 times. That can double up on our Talk to the Hand, on our Mental Fortress, or simply delete a card from the draw pile. Lastly, we're offered energy in the form of either the Sozu, preventing me from gaining more potions, or the Runic Dome, preventing me from seeing what enemies are doing. Pretty happy with the Runic Dome here, especially as this deck tends towards turn 1 as a final strategy. I'll take it. Okay, could get 2 removes. I think we're now at the point where Judgment can be removed pretty happily. It's done its job killing the Slavers in Act 2, and doesn't have a whole lot of utility beyond that. Mostly Reptomancer. 2 different ways to go to 2 shops, which I quite like. Either way, I'm going to this one first. I would take 999 gold if offered. Okay, you guys are a bit of a threat. The explosive ones always attack on turn 1, the others are tricky, and may or may not be doing that. If the Spiker attacks, it'll only be for 9. Easy. Wallop plus with Necronomicon, that's a mighty powerful card. Attacks twice, already got +1 strength. We have sources of vulnerable, sources of wrath. It's pretty dang good. Take that happily, and I'll take a Bottled Miracle happily. Why is it green? Because screw you, that's why. Judged. This is acceptable. Not necessary, but acceptable. I think I'll skip it for now. Definitely take a duplication potion. Very powerful potion. We could dupe Omniscience or any other card. Theoretically, Miracle is better than Energy Potion? Probably. Especially with a Spirit Shield. And I'll take one more event here. This could be 999 gold. It's not. But it could have been. But it's not. But it could have been. It's not. Double Mental? Do I simply vault? Just simply vault. Although that actually makes me want to... If I know I'm getting double wallop next turn, let's do it this way, in fact. BOE Bestis, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Pleasure to have you aboard. That could have been either 5 damage or 30 damage. There, we blocked for 30, just in case. That was the 5 damage hit, which means the Maw cannot attack me on this turn. So I'm going to go Indignation, play the Sands of Time. 0% chance we're being attacked here. Do you hear me? 0. Wow. It says plus on it? All right. Hey there, Disc Buddy. There was some Soul Level 1 Dark Souls this morning, in case you missed it. Yeah, Worship is a good Omni target. It plays really nicely with the Prostrate, although the Prostrate now needs an upgrade. I don't think this fairy is going to get used. Master Strategy, very nice. Meditate, it's okay. I definitely like Master Strategy. Yeah, it's time for Judgment to go. Thanks for being here, Judgment. You were great while you lasted. These relics are all a little underwhelming to me. Scales is nice damage and all, but it doesn't seem like we're going to have problems with damage. Mostly looking for survivability and card draw, which this is not. I'm not going to take this Meditate. Recognize that might be a bit odd. Okay, Repto's not attacking on turn 1. I'm bolting, so I'll end in Wrath here. Omni the Wheel Kick. Glorious. And I think here's where we'll use our Bottled Miracle. Just seems reasonable. Repto again never attacks on turn 1. This gets retained. Deciding on Indignation here. I think I'll do it. So she summons 2 new daggers. Actually, can I just kill you? Wow. Good attack. Get ourselves a Shuriken. Every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a point of strength. Another Sanctity here with the upgrade on it. Little tempting, little tempting. Not that helpful, though. Get Omniscience upgraded. Make that cheaper. Although maybe I should have prioritized Prostrate there. It's okay. Nemesis is definitely terrifying without with the Runic Dome. Not being able to know what this guy is doing is tough. I'll be tucked to the hand. Could be attacked for as much as 45 damage here on this turn. It's really troublesome. Good. Great. And it was 45 indeed. Okay, we have Boot. Which actually improves the amount of block we gain from the wall up, notably. The Boot value. GG, Boot. Oddly Smooth Stone giving us one more block helps a little bit. One more block on Third Eye, one more on Spirit Shield, one more on Sanctity, one more on Prostrate. Nirvana. Block on Scry, not that good. Much prefer Mental Fortress as a general rule. Does Boot keep track of how much damage it's done? Yes. Whoa. Excuse me. Yes. 71 so far. And counting. I wish I could take a duality here. Maybe that would have been better than the Bottle Lightning. 1 temporary dexterity for every attack we play during our turn. Pretty good. But I have to skip it here. Dead Branch is also pretty good. Giving us random cards whenever cards are exhausted. Definitely not necessary here. I think we're much better off with a second inner piece and a card removal or something. Definitely like a second inner piece. Still no Tantrum in the... Rushdown in this deck. Excuse me. The damage stat counter on Boot and any other relic, that's a mod that we use called Relic Stats. Not part of the official game. I'm honestly pretty happy removing Spirit Shield. Feels like I'm never going to play it. Take the second inner piece. Do I want anything else here? Not really. Maybe one more Cut Through Fate? Go one more Cut Through Fate. Not gonna take any of these relics or potions. Take some events here. I was hoping. I was hoping. Aha! Well, now we have everything we need. We got a Dolly's Mirror, we got a Purity, we got a Rushdown. And that'll do it. That will 1000% do it. So do I dupe Vault, dupe Omniscience, or dupe Rushdown? That is my question. Any of those three seems like it could be pretty good. Really like the second Vault. Double Rushdown makes it so much easier to go any kind of infinite, though. We do have to draw them initially, and they're not free. I'll take the second vault. Ooh, gain 333 gold, lose the golden idol. That means we get a lot more cash to work with. Thank you, golden idol, that I traded 6 max health for. You've done a good job. Don't want a Writhe Curse. Though we would gain 6 max health, so it's 9 max health for this curse. Counting the Darkstone Periapt. And I don't have a good thing to remove. Wait a minute. Well, I'm sure I could remove something. Yeah. It's completely fine to take it. Just didn't want to. Retain card in my hand, take it to the turn. Cry. Cry a lot. Draw pile. Okay. I can even go Inner Peace Indignation here. Swivel Talk. Both go, and I'll vault. Bye. Hunter block. Like you do. Alright, one boss down, obliterated, one to go. It's the Awakened one. Gaining power every time I play. A power card. I think I'm gonna Omniscience Rush down here. See how that goes for me. Does give the Awakened one a lot of strength, which I believe I'm okay with. Yes, yes. Don't need Purity next turn. There's purity again. Lots of things that I can get rid of. Lots of non-exhausting things. Do we lose Sans Worship? Something like Sans Worship Cut? Just thin the deck. Use my child's. Probably third eye over steady. It's pretty comfortable there. Go Interpeased Wrath again, but then I'm not gonna draw an exit. Actually, wait, I have an exit. Excuse me. Ignore me. Okay, this is a single attack, so this is now a multi-attack. Here we are. Pretty strong. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this evil? You prime your stick. Give the heart a big bonk. One guy, Carson, asks, what's my opinion on dungeon crawlers? You might have to be a bit more specific. I don't quite know what that specifies genre-wise. Are you talking like... Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. Ugh. Legend of Grimrock. That's what I'm thinking of. Are you thinking of Legend of Grimrock? I wouldn't consider Diablo a dungeon crawler. That's the ARPG. How did I get all my dad joke knowledge? My dad passed it on, cursed me with the knowledge of terrible jokes. And now I am doomed to this fate for all time. Vault number 3 seems alright. Nunchaku seems alright. Interesting. Blue Candle, Necronomicon, Tungsten Rod. Doesn't actually let me do anything, though, because we didn't take the dead branch. For shame. Means games like Enter the Gungeon Moonlighter. I've enjoyed Gungeon a fair bit. I thought Enter the Gungeon was a good take on the roguelite formula. Shooty dungeon crawling action. F249, what's in here? Wallop, Indignation, Third Eye Study, another Warship? Foresight. Foresight I like. Foresight helps. I think. And we'll lose the swivel, finally. Lastly but not leastly, Raw Potion. Let's go. I've not played any Gunfire Reborn. That one did not look like my jam. Okay. Get 2 more energy when the draw pile gets shuffled. Let's do it this way then. Discard everything except the Omniscience. I should keep the Wallop. Question mark? No, discard everything except the Omniscience. And we'll triple Wheel Kick? Is that what I'm going to do? I like that. Oh man, the bootening that man just received. The sheer bootitude. Okay, we're not actually being attacked on this turn. Spire Shield won't attack on turn 2 if it attacked on turn 1. Spear is already dead, so joke's on Spear. Can't say I've ever played Atomicrops. Not familiar. Pocket Watch is pretty dang good. And vault number 4. Collector bonus on vaults. Banker build go. Real quick bathroom break here before the heart fight. I can't think. So I'll be right back. We return. Ooh, I particularly like Talk to the Hand, Mental Fortress Vault into bonus roll with Pocket Watch here. Only take a little bit of damage thanks to Tungsten Rod. No need to duplicate anything yet. I guess I could maybe dupe the Talk to the Hand. Rather dupe Rushdown. Plus, if I duplicate anything, we don't get to Pocket Watch. Okay, this I'll dupe. Chair is still in my home, yes. Yes, but is not seen. We'll dupe the Foresight. Yes, we brought here. Did. Fair enough. Turn 1, number 4. I think I'll finally let the heart take a turn. Discard that other vault for now. For now. Triple Wallop. On this turn, the heart's either attacking me for a base of 67 damage or a multi-attack for 3/15. In either case, Wallop can more than block for enough. If I draw into Void, I won't be able to Inner Peace. This first. Just looking for stuff to exhaust. That was the big attack, so now it's the multi-attack. It's Divinity time. Not the greatest turn in terms of blocking. That's right, if the Necronomicurse is exhausted, it'll come back into your hands. Not helpful to me. I'll just vault here. Plenty of block. This is a buff turn for the hearts, so no attack is headed our way. Easy divinity next turn. Blam. Fortunately, that's the cap. I can't do any more damage than that. This turn. That's okay, too. GG. Mr. Hart. GG. JHTM, thank you so much for 22 months of support. Many moons. Many moons. GG. Okay, we ended up with a probably overly large 29 cards, but 4 of them were Vault, don't forget. So it sure felt a lot smaller than that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see, command, edit. I'll update the streak here. Rotating now, 3 Watcher 21. GG. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps. And so shall I. GG. Ten kills means we're officially 2.5% done. Our year-long challenge here. $390 left. Easy. 390 bottles of Spire on the wall. 390 bottles of Spire. Knock one down, pass it around. 389 bottles of Spire on the wall. Data TV, thank you so much for the 22 months in 2022. 2022. Get their emotes for free. If you mean, I've had to pay people for most of the emotes in the channel. But the slots for the emotes are free, as long as you're a partner. Some of these we've paid for, some of these we haven't. Let's see, currently only 6:30. I'll do an Ironclad run real quick. It's gonna be a quick one, though. This... Maybe this Fire Elite... Searing Blow Path? Maybe? Random rare, random common relic, rare colorless card. Dark Barker, thanks for the gifted sub. Not a lot of things that let me take on this Burning Elite. Go Common Relic start. Blood Vial. Not a big deal, not a small deal either. A little bit of health here and there, always welcomed, if nothing else. No better time than floor 1 to get a Blood Vial, I suppose. I should have. Oh, that worked out. Help. Wild Strike, Clash, or Shrug? I'm a Shrug guy here. Even against Hexaghost. No thank you. Ow? Not our ideal turn 1 draw. I guess I'll take a Thunderclap. Not my favorite card by any means. But it is by and large acceptable, if nothing else. I like Thunderclap because it can extend the vulnerable of Bash. It's also a decent area effect damage card at times. There we go. 8 health from that fight. Back to full now. Peace Strike. Perfected Strike and an Explosive Potion good enough to fight the Burning Elite with. I think so. Let's grab an early Peace Strike. I go with the aggro line here. I don't like this timid path up the left. Play the Peace Strike. Do it. This 10 is 35. Not using this potion. Not exactly happy with that. I'll take it. Fighting Hexaghost? Give me an evolve. This deck is, worrisome at the moment. This fight will be good, though. Strike here. Should have a kill. Yep. Okay, get some of our health back. Still no potion. Combust, Carnage, or a Battle Trance. Give me the card draw, preferably. Although, I could see Carnage or Combust being the winning line here. I think with the additional card draw from the Battle Trance, life will be acceptable. Max health Lagavulin, huh? This is definitely gonna hurt. Yeah. What a draw. damage, I suppose. Ow. Good. Might not survive this. Uh-oh. You don't kill if I do that. So this better be at least 20. Whew. Okay, well that went way worse than I thought it would. But we did live. 29 gold, emerald key, an impervious or a clothesline. And a war paint. Take the impervious, take the war paint. And we're gonna rest and fight another elite. I think max health Lagavulin was probably the worst elite we could have faced there. Might end up dead to these three, depending on how this goes. But evolve should help a lot here. Really glad this is not a Gremlin Nub. Really glad this is not a Gremlin Nub. But I gotta kill one now. Looks like we're there. Okay, now we can be super defensive, because we're guaranteed to draw 5 real cards each turn. Well, maybe. Not guaranteed, exactly. Oh no. I'm drawing 4 strikes in Battle Trance. Apparently. There we go. Okay, we've survived the second elite. We're out of the worst of the gauntlet here. Sundial again, kind of odd. Body Slam I love. We have Impervious, we have Shrug. Body Slam is very hype. Deal damage equal to your block. And another energy generating odd relic. I don't think I need both the Sundial and the T set. Just take the Sapphire Key here. And I'm brave enough and bold enough, I think we can do one more elite, especially if I can heal from a fight or two. Getting 8 health per combat. Pretty hard to lose more than 8 health in one fight. Milk Jug, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Ow. Well, I got an explosive potion at least. And Seeing Red, Twin Strike, or Clothesline. All pretty whatever. Still going for this elite. These two are tough. Not that bad, but tough. +8 doesn't kill. Fungi Beast never attacks next turn. I think same for the slime. Correct. That works. Perfect. Okay, we got some health here. Second Wind, Combust, or Thunderclap. Second Wind is quite nice with Evolve, quite nice with Body Slam too, letting me exhaust all non-attack cards in my hand, gaining 5 block per card we lose. I'll take it. I think particularly nice with lots of card draw, and the Battle Trance Plus helps a lot there too. It is a knob? That's not good. Do I bash? I think I do too. This could hurt a lot. Oh boy, could it ever. At least I got second wind here. 4 cards get exhausted. That's 4 cards I can't redraw, and 20 block, which is a very big deal indeed. 30 damage body slam. 18 from strikes. Looks like we kill next turn. That's only 13 damage, notably. Uh-oh. Disaster. Help. I qualify this as help. I accept it. Beautiful. Okay, Mob Fight was actually fine. Now we get a Mob Bank giving us more money. And a Disarm to disarm the Hexaghost, making Hexaghost way easier to kill. Headbutt could also be very, very good here, allowing us to put specific cards back on top, notably Body Slam. But with Hexaghost coming up, I think I'll just take the easy peasy Disarm. I've got health to spare. Give me another relic. An Omamori for 5 health. Blocking our next 2 curses. Deal. And we'll upgrade Disarm. Okay. I think we're going to be ultimately pretty good in this fight. That is my hope. Nice attack, nerd. Let's use this for 30 damage. A little concerned about my ability to do sufficient damage to the ghost, though. Oh no. Need to get rid of those defends so I don't draw them again too quickly. Oh no. I think we're gonna die. This draw order, man. Am I supposed to do any damage this way? There we go. It's closer to what I wanted to see. Still not very good. But note that we're just way behind on the damage here. There we go. That's what I like to see. It's not like the burn pluses are a problem, right? We can just get rid of those too. Gotta hit the evolve. Oof. Second wind. I need your help. Please. Alive! And I'll happily take a Fiend Fire here. I believe it's also worth considering. Works with Evolve, it's good AoE damage, pairs with Thunderclap. Actually, that's probably the pick upon review. In retrospect, I actually didn't need to use my Blood Potion in that fight. Oops. Should have taken the Fiend Fire. I mean, this is still a very good Snecko Eye. It's actually a pretty good Empty Cage, too. Remove 2 strikes from this deck. Thin it out a lot. But I'm very tempted by Snecko. Start your turn, draw 2 additional cards. Start each combat confused. More cards in hand makes second wind better. Random cost and draw makes impervious and immolate better. The body slams hurt a bit, but that's not too bad. Demon Form is unfortunately pretty slow, Dungeon Master. I like Demon Form a lot if you've got a solid defensive strategy and some good strength scaling cards. It's also very nice with Snecko Eye, but otherwise tends to be a bit of a burden in most decks. Can I delay my shop till here, maybe? Let's see how this start treats me. All right, good turn 1 of the first combat. Yep, that's what I wanted to see. Yep. Ouch. I think Snecko Eye tends to have a price in blood that you tend to have to pay when you first add it to your deck. If you pay the price, Snecko Eye will reward you with good cards and excellent draws. But prior to that, oh, things are spooky. 8-6, not a kill. Ow. Oh, you're not even dead? Ugh. What am I doing? Falling asleep is what I'm doing. One more second wind. That one with a plus on it. Glorious and beautiful. Bonk. 25. I can do that easily. Especially with the bonus energy from the sundial. There we go. That fight was 8 health. I will happily take a Dark Embrace. Could also think about a Perfected Strike here. Dark Embrace says, whenever card is exhausted, draw one card. Incredible with these 2 second wins. Incredible with a lot of cards from the Ironclad card pool. When you've got a Snecko, the more cards you can draw, the more effective energy you have, since you'll draw, on average, lower and lower cost cards as you draw more. Phrased another way, every card you draw has a chance to be 0 cost. That doesn't work, though. Could play the second win, but it wouldn't do anything. Ow. Help. These costs have been merciless. Trench is cute, but I don't think helpful. Same goes for Searing Blow. Doc, actually, thank you so much for 3 years of support. Feels good, don't it? Brimstone. This is not a Brimstone deck. Brimstone gives you 2 strength per turn, but all enemies gain 1 strength per turn. I think it's pretty powerful on average, but definitely hurts us here. It's time to start losing our strike cards. Add another Shrug. Contemplate Pen-Nib. What about Mayhem? Mayhem Snecko. I don't want Mayhem to be hitting second wins, though. If my turn starts and I immediately exhaust all non-attack cards in hand, I could lose if the wrong card gets exhausted. So we'll take a Pen-Nib. And I'll probably take a Block Potion so I can fight an Elite. Feels pretty reasonable. Disarm does help a lot with our... if we were to take Brimstone. But I don't think we can capitalize on the strength gain well enough to make it worthwhile. Okay, we'll upgrade our Immolate, making it do way more damage before we go into the 3 slavers fight. 51 damage body slam, you say? Actually, don't make me weak. Still you first. Regrets. Much regret. Should have tilted burst after all. Fair enough, fair enough. That's why you go for Red Slaver first. I knew better, but I didn't play better. I also exhausted my Evolve. Ew. Ah, dang it. Gross. Well, I did that to myself. Okay, we have Sundial. Big mistake, huh? Big mistake. Okay, we do get additional energy. I'm super taking a feel no pain. Extra block per exhaust instance. And we're probably going to head up this way. Ooh, apparitions. Looking a lot better with Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain. Don't like them with second winds, though. Apparitions cost a lot of max HP. I'm going to say no. Double Merchant. Where'd it go wrong with turn 1 block? Flame Barrier is good too. I'll just remove a strike though. Okay. They're worried about our damage output going into the automaton fight. Since I have no way to retain block or anything. What point do you remove Perfected Strike before a strike? When you have relatively few strikes left, and your choice is a 1-cost strike or a 2-cost strike. You'd rather have the 1-cost strike. Ugh. Hell. Choose one card wisely. Play it. Eight plus 21 plus 18. $47. Take 2, get the Feel No Pain in play. Take nothing. Ooh, I don't mind a Sever Soul, another way to exhaust non-attack cards. 22 damage is not anything to slouch at either. We could also very reasonably take an Uppercut for Weaken and Vulnerable in 1 card. Nice way to strip layers of artifact off the automaton. Take the Uppercut. Book of Stabbing shouldn't be too bad with a Disarm, which we do draw immediately. Good. Keep that Impervious for later. Oops. Wounds are actually welcome thanks to the Evolve. So I guess that's okay. Really wish I could ever play my cards though. Low. There we are. Another chance at entrench, but again, no barricade. You had to choose one of Reaper, Limit Break, or Barricade to start. I'd be choosing Reaper, Frost Cyborg. Both the Limit Break and the Barricade will just be dead weight until you can find cards to go with them, whereas at least the Reaper will provide some kind of help instantly. Probably going to rest before Bronze Automaton, just to make sure I have enough health to survive this fight. None of the upgrades matter all that much. This deck would love a barricade. Right now, we just have to figure out how to beat Bronze Tomato here. Bronze Tomato Top. Could exhaust all of the second win cards, but I think I should keep them for now. Keeping cards around is a time-honored tradition. No. Much oof. Dark Embrace, not evolved yet. Oh no. I needed that immolate, I think. Question mark. Live from Impervious. Actually, no. Get Impervious back. Make it random costs. Hyper Beam is this turn. Hyper Beam. More like Diaper Beam. Okay, we really haven't done much damage to the boss, notably. That does concern me. A lot. Mostly I am worried that our deck doesn't do anything. And therefore we're going to die. Okay, we found damage, Life is coming together. Sundial and Happy Flower this turn. So that no matter what happens, something happens. I'll take it. GG. Okay, that was really tough. We're really hoping for either a barricade or a corruption from our boss reward here. Corruption it is. Corruption says skills cost 0. That means any skill, even if the Snecko Eye would have made it randomly cost something else, all skills will be free. And that's a lot better than anything else offered here. Particularly with the Dark Embrace means we'll be drawing cards every time we play cards, which is very, very good. And lets us do some kind of silly stuff with Body Slam. The Snecko Eye makes it complicated, but Corruption is excellent here with both Dark Embrace and Corruption, and I think we do want more energy. Probably Runic Dome is fine, preventing us from seeing what the opponents are doing. Otherwise, we're giving up potions with the Sozu, or we're gaining a card draw whenever we take damage. We don't have any self-damage. I don't like Runic Cube here very much. Let's just take a Dome. Ignore what the enemies are doing, and block for 1,000,000 with Feel No Pain, Corruption, Dark Embrace. Should be manageable. Here in Act 3, we would like to remove yet more strike cards. Just keep purging them at shops. I'd like to look at some early events, because I have an Omamori with my name on it. Well, with somebody's name on it. With Mind Bloom's name on it. Only one chance, reasonably. Well, I could go 3. Opt for a late store if I get it. I like that. Take event, event, event. Elite, fire, elite. Yeah, I like it. Orb walkers. These guys attack every turn. They're no biggie. Up to 16, and they gain 5 strength per turn. Can complicate matters a bit. Bonk. Solar System Wolf, thank you so much for 4 moons of support. You know, with the amount of block this deck can generate, I think a second Body Slam is excellent here. Another randomly costed attack doing damage equal to our block. One that can actually be upgraded mid-combat to be 0 cost, even. I think that's perfect. True Rog, thank you so much for 22 moons of support. No, maybe? Maybe. Martha Queen asks, does it always upgrade to 0 cost, or does it upgrade to -1 of current cost? Cost resets to 0. So even if it's a 3 cost Body Slam, upgrading it mid-combat creates a 0 cost Body Slam. Interestingly enough, Blood for Blood, which we just saw, works differently than that. Blood for Blood is -1 cost. That's not 999 gold. That's true. We've been lied to, friends. Deceived. Led astray. No. That's also not 999 gold. Red Mask is okay, though. This is 999 gold. Can it really be this easy? Yes. Yes, it can. Giant Head during the opening phase is either attacks for 13 or does some other shenaniganry. Or makes you weak. Excuse me. 3 cost Dark Embrace, huh? Make me weak. gonna try to draw one more attack for this body slam. If possible. Yeah! Bob. Boom! Boop thingy gives me block on turn 2. Third body slam. I'm freaking in, man. Let's do it. How about a Reptomancer? How about an X-Reptomancer? More cards on turn 1, says Bag of Preparation. Excellent, says me. Got no strength for this Heavy Blade. Currently, this deck really worries about running out of cards. At least Nunchaku will give us some more energy to work with. Certainly going to go to the store because I am loaded and I want to spend some cash. 1,300 here to spend. Seems worthwhile. Feather Battle Trance upgraded. It's okay. Hello and welcome, Euroshack. Been stuck at home with COVID, binge watch my YouTube content like crazy. You're so welcome. Much love to Switzerland, and thank you so much for those 500 bits. Appreciate ya. Yeah, remember when this deck almost lost to Hexaghost? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay, Dual Wield is very good with Snekawai. Handed Greed's not bad. Shuriken could be okay. Gremlin Horn seems okay, too. Card drawn and energy whenever an enemy dies. Oh, that's right, and we went to 1 health against Lagavulin, too. Remember that? I remember that. Big shout out to the YouTube. YouTube is a big part of the reason why 2021 was the most successful year the channel's ever had. 2021 was the first year of YouTube's existence, and in 1 year, that channel got 1 million views from fresh start, which is crazy to me. Hello and welcome as well, Reggie Meta. This Shuriken really isn't that big of a deal. Definitely taking Dual Wield. Definitely taking Gremlin Horn. I like Blessing of the Forge a lot. With these body slams. Let's take the Blessing of the Forge. I'm not going to take the Handed Greed. Knack, thank you so much for 10 months of support. Go for one more Elite. Especially if it's a Reptomancer. Alright, well. Curse me if you dare. You dare. Fair enough. That's the price of Runic Dome. I mean, he dared, so. What's an Ironclad to do? Can I explain why Blood for Blood or Shuriken? Essentially, any attack that isn't Body Slam is just not going to be enough damage in this situation. That's kind of the long and short of it. DuPont's pretty potent with, like, Feel No Pain or Dual Wield, but I think I want the Power Potion. Could be a Barricade, could be another Feel No Pain, could be a Dark Embrace. Lots of things that could be. I would take maybe a Bludgeon. Nemesis might be adding wounds, might be attacking for 45, or might be doing a 7x3 on any given turn. What's with these costs? Hello? Help! Double help. Don't have any strength. We already have 2 battle trances, 3 would be too many. Skip it all. Ma never attacks on turn 1 here. Let's just do this, I guess. Here we go. Out of block. I understand. Screw it. I'll take an entrench. And we're going to upgrade Dual Wield to make 3 copies rather than 2. Time Eater could be a bit of a problem. We are limited to 12 cards per turn in this fight. If we burn through the deck too quickly, well, that won't do. For example, second wind here would be Suicide. Perfect. Okay, we do in fact get multiple Feel No Pains. Good. Nine block per card I exhaust should be plenty. Unless this happens. Please no. Not too bad. Now I can play Corruption. Main goal here, get time meter below half. Which causes time meter to not attack on now this turn. Which means the best play is actually just pass the turn. Time meter will remove all debuffs and restore themselves to half. Always happens the turn after time meter is lowered below half HP. Always. Looks like a good enough body slam turn to me. Next up, Donu and Deka. These two should be a bit easier. Overall. Corruption or Feel No Pain. I'm going to play one body slam this turn. Could use the Blessing of the Porch, play both. Well, let me play both body slams, but not both Feel No Pain and Corruption. Almost a kill, actually. Yeah, I can buy a new potion. Easily enough. This way. Actually, it is a kill. Makes my life easy. Just 24 damage per turn from Deka here. Since we have destroyed them so hilariously. Again, running out of block entirely in the second half of this fight. It's concerning. Two thump, two thump, two thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? Source of all this cash weighing you down. Yeah, that'll be in the videos tab for Twitch. I have Twitch Turbo, so VODs stay on the channel for full 60 days. YouTube's archive channel is deprecated and no longer being updated. This is either upgrade Uppercut or upgrade... Actually, let's upgrade the Feel No Pain, since I keep running out of block. Another body slam. Bottled Tornado allows us to choose a power to start in the opening hand. I like double power potion just to dig for barricade. And I really like another entrench to go with that. And then we just really, really hope we see barricade against heart from double power potion. I'll put Dark Embrace in the opening hand. I think that's the most important one to start with, although Feel No Pain's good too. Go Dark Embrace first. Card draw is everything. Yes to Entrench. Yes to card removal. Yes to Power Potion. You can buy either Puzzle or Waffle. I'll buy Puzzle. Do I buy the 4th Body Slam? I don't think that I do. 3 is plenty. Oh, I could have removed my curse. Actually, I prefer to remove Strike over removing Parasite, because the Parasite can be exhausted by Second Wind, whereas the Strike cannot be. Could go Fire Breathing here. Don't think that helps much either. Okay, good luck to us. Okay, those wounds go directly on top. Wish I could see what they were doing here. Oh. Oh. Cool. Disarm you. Oh, we can pen nib this body slam? Let's hit you first then. Slightly wrong order. Bummer. Very big bummer. Not too bad, at least. Yeah, buff here means it'll be the ×2 attack again next turn. Although it looks like we have a kill here. Yeah. So set Nunchaku to 9. Bottled Lightning lets us choose a skill in the opening hands. Turn 1 Disarm is pretty good for the Heart Fight, and we're gonna hope that there's a barricade in one of these 2 Power Potions. Otherwise, I'm not really sure what to do. Alright. Solved. Good. And the other one? I think I'll save that for dual wield now. Go defend, Dark Embrace, disarm, battle trance. Second wind all this? Kinda. Gets rid of defend, gets rid of parasite. Lets me play body slam. Actually, lets me play bash and then body slam. No. Shoot. Not time for corruption then. Two copies. So this is the multi-attack for 0. Okay. hand is full. Ugh. Just take one fire breathing. I'm not going to bother making that any better, though. Okay, I definitely can't second wind now. Okay, but I get 2 off turns here. This is a 0 attack turn, and then the following turn is also 0 attack. And now we're no longer debuffed. Feel No Pain is down, Evolve is down. Things are headed in a direction. Albeit slowly. Now I feel like it has to be time for Corruption. The other option is don't Corruption at all. Just second wind here. Try to use Entrench. I don't think that's going to work the way I need it to. Let's just do this. Should be enough block. Okay, I'm gonna dual wheel. Oh, I can't second wind anymore. Shoot. I really am in trouble. Let's see. I'm gonna have to finish this thing with Immolates? I don't like that. Not one bit. Okay, 2 turns now. Is that enough? Pennib on 7? I think we're there, so just barely. Thank you, Pennib. GG. Whew. Skin of my teeth, but I'll take it. GG, everybody. That was close. GG. Definitely passed through the Valley of Death, so to speak, a couple of times on this run. Almost died to Lagavulin, almost died to Hexaghost, almost died to Heart, but didn't die to any of them. GG. Has it been done? Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG. Yeah, I wanted to prevent Weaken on the Slavers, and I ended up getting entangled. That was super not worth it. Entangled and vulnerable. Very good reminder of why we go for Red Slaver first. Hello, Rosoro. Chemistry homework question for me, or physics homework. The relationship between electrons and positrons. They are opposed matter and antimatter particles. An electron is a negatively charged matter particle with a very small mass, and a positron is the antimatter version of an electron, so it has a positive charge, but very little antimass. Electrons are to positrons as protons are to... What's an antiproton called? Called an antiproton. Alright, fair enough. Negatrons. I love that book full of gravy. The Negatron. Today on Transformers, Optimus Prime tries to stop Negatron from getting all the Energon cubes. Senna can ask, are there anti-neutrons? I actually don't know. Yes. There are. Antimatter, not to be confused with doesn't matter. Which is all of the contents in chat right now. GG. Great run. We got 11 done. 11 out of 400. I think that's going to be where I wind things down for tonight. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day of Dark Souls and Spire. Up tomorrow, plan on knocking some more hearts off of the Spire killing challenge. And then maybe something else in the second half. Not sure. See you later, Flats, Baidu Demo, Lord Snow, Schmemmerin, Dr. Possible, Boat Full of Gravy, Camel Crushed, Purple Photon, Rustaru, Time Frisbee, that one guy, Carson. Let's see, anybody I want to throw a raid to today? Oh, Dane is on! Oh, yes, we'll show some love to first Dane. Dane is a wonderful, wonderful member of the Spire community. Great Ascension 20 player. Does some other stuff too, including, I hear, world record Peggle runs, whatever that means. And if you want to find out what that is, then, well, head over here to First Dane. Alright, folks, see you later. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't forget to be notified when we're live by joining the Discord or by following me here on Twitch, as so many of you do. Alright, folks, thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. And I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo.